Hello, my dear sleepy listener. Welcome to Sleepy Crown, where history's quiet tales gently carry you into dreamland. Tonight, we embark on a peaceful journey through the hidden corridors of British royalty, where kings lived double lives behind palace walls, from forbidden marriages to secret mistresses, from mysterious disappearances to scandalous affairs, from whispered confessions in darkened chambers to love letters that could topple kingdoms. We'll softly explore the private passions that shaped 1,000 years of monarchy. Before you drift away into peaceful slumber, I have a small request. If you're enjoying this journey through royal secrets, please take a moment to give this video a gentle like. It truly helps us create more of these soothing tales for you to fall asleep to. And if you're feeling a bit shy, that's perfectly okay. But I'd love to hear from you in the comments. Just tell me, which British king's secret life surprises you the most? Was it Henry VIII's desperate quest for love? Or Charles II's 14 illegitimate children? Or perhaps the mystery of the vanished princes? Even a single word is wonderful. Just say Henry, or Charles, or mystery, and I'll know you're there, listening along with us. And if you'd like more calming history to help you sleep, subscribe to join our cozy Sleepy Crown family. We have so many more gentle stories waiting for you. Now, settle into your softest pillow. Pull your blanket close. Let your breathing slow and deepen. Close your eyes and allow these gentle whispers from centuries past to carry you into the most restful sleep. Welcome to the secret lives of British kings. Henry VIII, the Golden Prince. Henry, later known as King Henry VIII of England, was born on a warm summer day, the 28th of June in the year 1491, when the world still believed in the divine right of kings and the eternal power of the Catholic Church. In the quiet chambers of Greenwich Palace, where the Thames flowed peacefully past ancient walls, a second son entered the world, a child who was never meant to wear the crown, never meant to change the course of history, never meant to break England away from Rome itself. Yet destiny has a way of reshaping even the most carefully laid plans, and this baby boy, with his reddish gold hair and strong lungs, would grow up to become one of the most controversial monarchs in English history. The boy, who would become one of history's most notorious kings, spent his early childhood in the comfortable shadow of his older brother, Arthur, while Arthur, the heir apparent, prepared for kingship with intensive tutoring in statecraft, diplomacy, and the responsibilities of monarchy. Young Henry learned music, theology, languages, and the arts of chivalry. He grew tall and athletic, showing a natural talent for sports, particularly jousting and hunting. His hair was a distinctive Tudor red gold. His frame was broad and strong, and he had a commanding presence even as a child. His father, King Henry VII, had fought his way to the throne on the muddy battlefield of Bosworth, ending the brutal Wars of the Roses and founding the Tudor dynasty. The kingdom was finally stable after decades of civil war. The succession seemed secure with two healthy princes, and young Henry appeared destined for a comfortable life in the church, or perhaps as a trusted military commander or advisor to his brother, the future king. But in the spring of 1502, when the apple blossoms were blooming in the orchards of Ludlow Castle, everything changed in an instant. Prince Arthur, married just 5 months earlier to the Spanish Princess Catherine of Aragon, in a magnificent ceremony at St. Paul's Cathedral, fell ill with a mysterious sweating fever. The illness came on suddenly, with high fever and violent sweating. Within weeks, on the 2nd of April, he was gone, and the entire Tudor succession, so carefully planned and secured, now rested on the narrow shoulders of the 10-year-old spare. Henry's childhood ended that day in a cold rush of reality and fear. His father, paranoid about losing his remaining son and seeing the dynasty crumble, kept the boy close to the palace, severely limiting his activities, monitoring his every move. and watching over him with an anxiety that bordered on obsession, and often felt like imprisonment to the active, athletic boy. When Henry VII died in April 1509, worn out by illness and the constant anxiety of maintaining his hold on a throne he'd won by conquest, the young man, who ascended the throne at just 17 years old, was ready to burst free from years of constraint and careful watching. Tall and handsome, standing over 6 feet, in an age when most men were considerably shorter, athletic and vigorous, able to joust for hours and hunt all day without tiring, and brilliant in his learning, the new King Henry VIII seemed like the answer to England's prayers. He jousted with skill and courage. He hunted with passion. He composed music that is still performed today. He wrote poetry that made ladies at court swoon. He was learned in theology and could debate scripture with the finest minds of his age. He spoke Latin, French, and Spanish fluently. He was everything a Renaissance prince should be: learned, athletic, pious, generous, and charismatic. And just weeks after his coronation, barely out of mourning for his father, he made his first controversial decision, one that would echo through his entire reign. He would marry his brother's widow, Catherine of Aragon. Catherine of Aragon, the Spanish queen. The marriage required a special papal dispensation, as Catholic canon law normally forbade a man from marrying his brother's widow, considering such a union incestuous. Catherine insisted, with quiet dignity and absolute certainty, that her marriage to Arthur had never been consummated, that she had come to Henry as a virgin despite her brief first marriage, and therefore the match was permissible under church law. The Pope, Clement VII, perhaps swayed by political considerations regarding Spain's power in Europe, agreed and granted the dispensation. On the 11th of June 1509, in a private ceremony at the Church of the Observant Friars in Greenwich, Henry married Catherine. She was 23 years old, dignified and devout. He was just 17, tall and golden, full of energy and enthusiasm. For a time, for a few golden years, they seemed genuinely happy together, appearing at court functions arm in arm, laughing together, genuinely enjoying each other's company. Catherine was intelligent, well-educated, and politically astute. She had been trained from childhood to be a queen. She was pious without being sanctimonious, dignified without being cold. She served as regent when Henry went to war with France in 1513, proving herself not just capable, but brilliant at ruling in his absence, making decisions that kept the kingdom stable, and even achieving a military victory over the invading Scots at Flodden Field. She bore Henry's first child, a son, in 1511, but the baby died within weeks, a devastating blow that neither of them quite recovered from. More pregnancies followed. Another son born dead, a son who lived only a few days, another stillbirth. Finally, in February 1516, Catherine gave birth to a daughter who survived, Princess Mary, a healthy, strong baby girl. Henry was disappointed. He desperately wanted a son, but he was pleased to have at least one living child, and Mary was healthy and intelligent, showing promise from an early age. But as the years passed, and more pregnancies ended in heartbreak, stillbirths, miscarriages, babies who lived only hours or days, a shadow fell across their marriage like a cloud passing over the sun. Henry desperately wanted a son, an heir to secure the Tudor line and prevent another civil war like the Wars of the Roses that had torn England apart for 30 years. With each failed pregnancy, each tiny coffin carried to the chapel, each month that passed without Catherine conceiving, his frustration and anxiety grew. He began to wonder if perhaps God was punishing him. He began to study scripture, looking for answers, and he found verses in Leviticus that seemed to forbid a man from marrying his brother's widow, warning that such unions would be childless. By the early 1520s, when Catherine was approaching 40, and it was clear she would have no more children, Henry's eye had begun to wander. There were brief affairs with ladies of the court, whispers of dalliances with courtiers' wives, rumours of meetings in dark corridors, stories that Catherine heard and quietly endured with dignity. One affair that everyone knew about was with Mary Boleyn, a pretty young woman who had been at the French court. Mary became Henry's mistress for a year or two, bearing him a child that some claimed was his, though he never acknowledged it. Catherine said nothing publicly, maintaining her regal composure, but the humiliation must have cut deep. But then, around 1526, something changed in a way that would alter the course of English history. One of Catherine's ladies-in-waiting, Mary Boleyn's younger sister Anne, caught the king's attention at a court banquet. Anne Boleyn was not conventionally beautiful by the standards of the time. Her skin was olive rather than the fashionable pale white. She had a long neck that some called swan-like and others called too long, and rumour claimed she had a sixth finger on one hand, or at least an extra nail, though this was probably court gossip. But she was witty, educated, sophisticated, and confident. She had spent formative years in the sophisticated French court of Queen Claude, learning the arts of conversation, flirtation, and courtly intrigue. She knew how to dress, how to dance, how to charm and fascinate. She wore her dark hair loose in the French fashion rather than hidden under a hood as English women did. She knew how to play the lute and sing. She could discuss theology and politics, and most importantly, she knew how to say no. Anne Boleyn, the queen who changed everything. Unlike the other women who had briefly warmed Henry's bed and then been forgotten, Anne Boleyn refused to become his mistress when Henry sent her gifts, expensive jewels, bolts of fine cloth, love tokens. She returned them with polite notes. When he wrote her love letters, letters that still survive today in the Vatican Library, revealing a side of Henry that few expected, passionate and almost pleading, she responded coolly, keeping him at a distance. She had watched what happened to her sister Mary, who had been the king's mistress and then been discarded when he tired of her, left with nothing but memories and a tarnished reputation. Anne would not make the same mistake. She would be queen, or she would be nothing. She had the will and the intelligence to hold out for marriage, and she had the allure to make a king willing to move heaven and earth to have her. For Henry, this resistance only inflamed his desire into obsession. He became consumed with Anne Boleyn, thinking of little else, convinced that she was his true love, his destiny, sent by God to give him the sons that Catherine had failed to provide. But there was an enormous problem. He was already married in the eyes of God and the Church, married by papal dispensation. And so, in the quiet hours of the night, lying awake in his vast bed in the palace, Henry began to consider something radical, something that would shake Europe to its foundations. Perhaps his marriage to Catherine had never been valid. Perhaps it had been cursed by God from the beginning. Perhaps the lack of living sons was divine punishment for marrying his brother's widow, regardless of what the Pope had said. The biblical book of Leviticus seemed to support this view, stating clearly that a man who takes his brother's wife shall be childless. True, they had Mary, but without a son, without a male heir, the dynasty was vulnerable. Perhaps Henry began to reason with increasing conviction. The Pope's dispensation had been wrong. Perhaps he had never been truly married to Catherine at all. What began as a personal desire for a new wife, for fresh hope of a son, became a theological and political crisis that would tear England apart and reshape European Christianity. In 1527, Henry petitioned Pope Clement VII for an annulment, arguing that his marriage to Catherine had been invalid from the start because she had been his brother's wife. He cited Leviticus. He marshalled theological arguments. He sent his best diplomats to Rome to plead his case. Catherine fought back fiercely, With all the dignity and determination of a Spanish princess, she insisted that she had come to him as a virgin, that Arthur had been too weak and sickly to consummate their brief marriage, that their union had been blessed by God and the Church, that their daughter Mary was the rightful heir to the throne. She appealed to her nephew, the powerful Holy Roman Emperor Charles V, who controlled much of Europe and had considerable influence over the Pope. Charles pressured Clement to deny Henry's request, and the Pope, caught between the powerful King of England and the even more powerful Emperor, dithered and delayed, hoping the problem would somehow resolve itself. For years the case dragged on through ecclesiastical courts and diplomatic negotiations, creating what came to be called the King's Great Matter. Henry grew increasingly frustrated with Cardinal Thomas Wolsey, his chief minister and most trusted advisor for nearly 20 years, who had promised to secure the annulment but had failed despite his best efforts. In October 1529, Wolsey fell from power dramatically, stripped of his offices, charged with praemunire, putting papal authority above the king's, and would have faced trial for treason had he not died, broken and ill, on his way to London in November 1530. His last words were reportedly a warning. If I had served God as diligently as I have done the king, he would not have given me over in my grey hairs. Henry replaced Wolsey with a brilliant, ruthless administrator named Thomas Cromwell, a commoner who had risen through intelligence and hard work. Cromwell suggested a radical solution, one that would change England forever. If the Pope would not grant the annulment, then England should break from Rome entirely. The king, not the Pope, should be the supreme head of the Church in England. It was revolutionary, shocking, and yet increasingly appealing to Henry, who was tired of waiting for Rome's permission to live his life. Meanwhile, Henry's relationship with Anne had become an open secret at court, impossible to hide. She was given her own apartments at court, lavishly furnished. She sat beside the king at banquets, in the place of honor where the queen should sit. She advised him on matters of state, particularly on religious reform, as she sympathized with the new Protestant ideas coming from Germany. She gave him books by reformist theologians. But still, for 6 long years, they were not married, and Anne would not share his bed. She kept him waiting, kept him wanting, maintained the tension that was slowly driving him mad. The frustration between them grew unbearable, the waiting interminable. By 1532, Henry had made his decision. Pushed by desire and counselled by Cromwell's political genius, he would have his annulment, with or without the Pope's permission. Parliament began passing legislation that slowly, piece by piece, chipped away at papal authority in England. The Act in Restraint of Appeals declared that England was an empire unto itself, not subject to any foreign authority, including the Pope. Henry was declared the supreme head of the Church of England, subject only to God, and in the cold January of 1533, he and Anne were married in a secret ceremony, performed quietly by a friendly priest in a private chapel. By this time, Anne was already pregnant, and Henry was certain, absolutely convinced, that the child would be the son he desperately wanted, the son who would justify everything, who would prove that God had blessed this union. Catherine was sent away from court in July 1531, forbidden to see her daughter Mary, stripped of her title as queen, and demoted to Dowager Princess of Wales, the title she'd held as Arthur's widow. She was moved from residence to residence, each one smaller and more remote than the last, her household reduced, her income cut. Her apartments at court were stripped and redecorated, the H and C entwined initials replaced with H and A. Everything that had been hers was given to Anne. Catherine bore it all with dignity, refusing to accept any title except Queen, writing letters to Henry addressing him as her husband, insisting until her dying day that she was his true wife. She died in January 1536 at Kimbleton Castle, probably of cancer, alone except for her loyal Spanish ladies, still insisting she was England's rightful queen, still loving the man who had put her aside. In May 1533, Thomas Cranmer, the newly appointed Archbishop of Canterbury, a reformer who supported Henry's cause and owed his position entirely to the king, officially annulled Henry's marriage to Catherine, declaring it had never been valid, and pronounced his union with Anne Boleyn lawful and blessed. On the 1st of June 1533, Anne was crowned Queen of England in a lavish ceremony at Westminster Abbey, processed through London in triumph, her belly swelling with what everyone believed would be the future king. 3 months later, on the 7th of September, she gave birth in the royal chamber at Greenwich Palace. The astrologers had predicted a boy. The documents announcing the birth of a prince had already been prepared, but the child was not the longed-for son. It was a daughter, Elizabeth. The disappointment was crushing and immediate. Henry tried to hide his feelings, but the cracks in his marriage to Anne began to show almost immediately, appearing like fissures in a weakening dam. Anne had a sharp tongue and a quick temper. The confidence and spirit that had attracted him now irritated him. She criticized the king, something Catherine had never done. She argued with him in public, embarrassing him before his court. She made enemies among the nobility with her pride and her sharp comments. She showed favor to religious reformers, pushing Henry further than he wanted to go in breaking from Catholic tradition. She suffered a miscarriage in the summer of 1534, probably of a boy, which devastated them both. She became pregnant again in 1535, raising hopes once more. But in January 1536, on the very day that Catherine of Aragon was buried, Anne miscarried again. Henry believed it would have been a son. Whether it truly was male, or whether that was his desperate hope, we cannot know. But after that, Henry's passion for Anne cooled rapidly, hardening into something like hatred. By early 1536, just 3 years after their secret wedding, less than 3 years after her coronation, Henry had decided he wanted to be free of Anne Boleyn. But having broken with Rome to marry her, having torn England away from centuries of Catholic tradition, having risked civil war and foreign invasion for her sake, he could not simply petition for another annulment without looking like a fool or a tyrant. The solution, devised by Thomas Cromwell with ruthless efficiency, was more permanent and far more terrible. If Anne could be proven guilty of adultery and treason, she could be executed, and Henry would be free. The charges were shocking in their cruelty and almost certainly false, manufactured to give Henry the excuse he needed to be rid of a wife who had failed to give him sons. Anne was accused of adultery with 5 men, including her own brother George Boleyn, Lord Rochford. She was accused of plotting to murder the king and planning to marry one of her lovers after Henry's death. She was accused of laughing about the king's body, mocking his sexual abilities. The charges were lurid, sensational, and designed to destroy her completely. The men accused with her were arrested first, in late April and early May 1536. They were tortured on the rack in the Tower's dungeons until they confessed, or, in some cases, until they died still protesting their innocence. Mark Smeaton, a court musician, confessed under torture to adultery with the Queen. The others, Henry Norris, William Brereton, Francis Weston, and George Boleyn, denied everything but were convicted anyway. Anne herself was arrested on the 2nd of May 1536 while watching a tennis match at Greenwich Palace. She was taken by barge along the Thames to the Tower of London, the same place where she had stayed before her coronation 3 years earlier, but now as a prisoner facing death rather than as a queen preparing for glory. Her alleged lovers were tried first, found guilty on May 12th, and executed on May 17th. Then Anne herself was tried before a court of 26 peers that included her own father, Thomas Boleyn, and her uncle, the Duke of Norfolk, both of whom voted to convict her, choosing to save themselves rather than defend her. She was found guilty of treason, adultery, and incest, and sentenced to be burned at the stake or beheaded at the king's pleasure. Henry, in what he probably considered mercy, commuted the sentence from burning to beheading and brought in an expert swordsman from Calais, rather than using the usual executioner with an axe. On the morning of May 19, 1536, Anne Boleyn walked out onto the scaffold on Tower Green, dressed in a grey gown and a red petticoat, her dark hair hidden under a white coif. She made a brief speech, following convention by praising the king and asking for prayers for her soul, careful not to say anything that might endanger her daughter Elizabeth. She knelt upright, without a block, and asked the executioner to be quick. "I have a little neck," she said, touching it with her slender fingers. The swordsman, hidden in the crowd so she would not see the blade coming, called out, "Bring me the sword," and as she turned her head to look, he struck with a single clean blow. Her head was severed from her body. She was perhaps 35 years old. Her daughter, not yet 3. Her body and head were placed in a narrow chest. No proper coffin had been provided, and buried in an unmarked grave in the chapel of St. Peter at Vincula, within the tower. The day after Anne's execution, less than 24 hours after her death, Henry became officially betrothed to Jane Seymour, one of Anne's own ladies-in-waiting, who had been in her service and had witnessed her fall. They were married just 11 days after Anne's execution, on May 30th, 1536, in a quiet ceremony in the Queen's closet at Whitehall Palace. Henry was moving on with almost indecent haste, but he had convinced himself that Jane would give him what he wanted. A son, finally, a male heir to secure the Tudor dynasty. Jane Seymour, the Queen who gave him his son. Jane Seymour was everything Anne Boleyn was not. Quiet where Anne had been outspoken, submissive where Anne had been assertive, conventional where Anne had been exotic and foreign in her French ways. Jane was pale-skinned and blonde, traditionally beautiful by English standards. She was from a respectable gentry family, the Seymours of Wolf Hall in Wiltshire. She did not challenge the king or involve herself in politics or religious controversy. She did not argue or demand or criticize. She simply did what was expected of a queen in that era. She was decorative, pious, and hopefully fertile. Her motto was bound to obey and serve, and she meant it. Jane became pregnant almost immediately, which Henry took as a sign of God's favor on this marriage. She had a relatively easy pregnancy by the Third standards of the time. On October 12th, 1537, after a labour that lasted 2 days and 3 nights at Hampton Court Palace, Jane gave birth to a boy. Prince Edward was born healthy and strong, and for the first time in his 28 years of marriage and numerous affairs, Henry had a legitimate son. The kingdom erupted in celebration. Bonfires were lit across London. Church bells rang. Te Deums were sung in every cathedral. Henry wept with joy and relief. Finally, after everything, the divorce from Catherine, the break with Rome, the execution of Anne, he had what he wanted. God had blessed him with a son, but the happiness was tragically brief, lasting only days. Jane had suffered a difficult labour, and though the birth itself had been successful, complications set in almost immediately. She developed what was probably puerperal fever, an infection that was common after difficult births in an age before antibiotics or even basic understanding of germ theory. For 12 days, Jane lingered, sometimes seeming to recover, then relapsing into fever and delirium. The best doctors in England could do nothing. On October 24th, 1537, just 12 days after giving Edward life, Jane Seymour died. She was not yet 30 years old. Henry was devastated in a way that surprised even those who knew him well. He had been married to Catherine for 24 years, but had set her aside without apparent guilt. He had pursued Anne for 6 years, and then destroyed her in a matter of weeks without visible remorse. But Jane's death genuinely seemed to break something in him. He mourned her for months, wearing black, withdrawing from court life. He would later say that Jane was his only true wife, the only one who had given him his heart's desire, a son. He would choose to be buried beside her at Windsor Castle, not with Catherine or Anne. Whether this was love or simply gratitude for Edward's birth, we cannot know. But Jane Seymour held a place in Henry's heart that none of his other wives achieved. Anne of Cleves, the Flanders mare. Henry mourned Jane, but the kingdom needed a queen. And more importantly, Henry needed political alliances. Thomas Cromwell, now the king's chief minister, and the most powerful man in England after Henry himself, suggested a political marriage to one of the German Protestant princesses to strengthen England's alliance with the reformist states against the Catholic powers of France and Spain. He arranged for portraits to be made of Anne of Cleves, daughter of the Duke of Cleves, a significant player in German politics. When Henry saw the painting by the famous artist Hans Holbein the Younger, showing a demure woman with a pleasant face and gentle expression, he was pleased and agreed to the marriage. Negotiations began, treaties were signed, and preparations were made for Anne to travel to England. But when Anne arrived in England at the end of December 1539, accompanied by a large retinue of German attendants, Henry was absolutely horrified by what he saw. The portrait, he claimed furiously to Cromwell, had been wildly flattering, showing a beauty that did not exist. He found Anne plain, heavy-faced, and awkward. She could not speak English, could not play cards, or any of the games popular at the English court, could not dance in the English style, could not make witty conversation. She dressed in the heavy, unflattering German fashion, rather than the elegant styles of France and England. Henry called her the Flanders mare behind her back, comparing her to a farm horse. He complained bitterly to Cromwell that he had been deceived, that he could not possibly find her attractive. Nevertheless, the political situation required the marriage to go forward. Treaties had been signed, alliances made. Anne's brother would be insulted if Henry backed out now. They were wed on January 6, 1540, in a ceremony at Greenwich Palace. But Henry, for perhaps the first time in his life, found himself unable to perform his husbandly duties. He tried on the wedding night, and for several nights after, but he simply could not consummate the marriage. He found Anne physically repulsive, and no amount of royal will could overcome that reaction. After a few miserable weeks, Henry told Cromwell to find a way out of the marriage. Cromwell, with his usual efficiency, found a solution. If the marriage had not been consummated, it could be annulled. Anne was interviewed by the Privy Council and asked intimate questions about her wedding night. She admitted, with what must have been considerable embarrassment, that the marriage had not been consummated. She said Henry had kissed her good night, but nothing more. When asked if she might be pregnant, she innocently replied that she could not be, because all that had passed between them was a kiss. The annulment was granted in July 1540, just 6 months after the wedding. Anne, wisely, did not fight the decision. She had spent enough time in England to understand that fighting Henry VIII was dangerous and futile. She agreed gracefully to everything, accepted that the marriage had failed, and in exchange, Henry gave her a generous settlement. She received several fine properties, including Hever Castle, which had once belonged to the Boleyn family, a substantial annual income of £4,000, and the courtesy title of the king's beloved sister, which gave her status and precedence at court. She remained in England for the rest of her life, living comfortably, attending court functions occasionally, getting along well with Henry and later with his children. She outlived him by 10 years, dying in 1557 at the age of 41. Of all Henry's wives, Anne of Cleves was perhaps the luckiest. She survived with her head intact, lived independently and comfortably, and even maintained friendly relationships with the royal family. Thomas Cromwell, however, was not so fortunate. Henry blamed him entirely for the disastrous Cleves marriage. Cromwell had arranged it, had shown him the flattering portrait, had pushed him into a political alliance that had turned into a personal humiliation. In June 1540, while attending a council meeting at Westminster, Cromwell was suddenly arrested on charges of treason and heresy. His enemies, who had been waiting for him to make a mistake, pounced. He was accused of plotting to marry the king's daughter Mary himself and claim the throne. He was accused of being secretly sympathetic to extreme Protestantism. The charges were probably mostly false, but it didn't matter. Henry wanted him gone. Cromwell was executed on July 28, 1540, at Tower Hill, beheaded by an inexperienced executioner who took several blows to sever his head, making his death slow and agonizing. It was a brutal end for a man who had served the king faithfully for over a decade, who had orchestrated the break with Rome, who had dissolved the monasteries and made Henry immensely wealthy in the process. But Henry was not known for loyalty to his servants when they ceased to be useful. On the very day that Cromwell died, almost as if Henry were making a point about moving forward, the king married his fifth wife, Catherine Howard, a young cousin of Anne Boleyn, and a lady-in-waiting to Anne of Cleves. Catherine was probably no more than 19 years old, perhaps as young as 17. Her exact birth date is unknown. Some historians suggest she might have been even younger. Henry, now 49 years old, overweight and suffering from a painful ulcerated leg wound that refused to heal, was completely besotted with his young, pretty, vivacious bride. He showered her with gifts, jewels, gowns, properties, money. He called her his rose without a thorn, his perfect young queen. He seemed to have found a new lease on life, appearing younger and happier than he had in years. Catherine Howard, the rose with thorns. But Catherine's past was not as innocent as the aging king believed, and her present was not as faithful as he hoped. Before her marriage to Henry, while living in the household of her step-grandmother, the Dowager Duchess of Norfolk, Catherine had been sexually involved with several men. There had been a music teacher named Henry Mannix, who had touched her inappropriately when she was just 13 or 14. There had been Francis Derham, a young gentleman who had been her lover, sneaking into the dormitory she shared with other young women, having sex with her multiple times. They had exchanged gifts and pet names, and some believed they had made a pre-contract of marriage, which would make her marriage to Henry invalid. Catherine had kept all this secret when she married the king, and it might have remained secret if she had behaved herself afterward. But she did not. Shortly after her marriage, perhaps feeling trapped with an old, sick, increasingly difficult husband, or perhaps simply young and foolish, Catherine began a relationship with Thomas Culpeper, a handsome young courtier who had been a favourite of Henry's. Culpeper was a gentleman of the king's privy chamber, which meant he had close access to Henry and the royal apartments. The affair was conducted with reckless abandon that showed Catherine's youth and foolishness. Catherine and Culpeper met in secret, often late at night, facilitated by one of Catherine's ladies, Lady Rochford. The same Lady Rochford whose husband, George Boleyn, had been executed alongside Anne Boleyn 5 years earlier. They met in private chambers, in the backstairs passages of palaces, snatching moments alone whenever they could. They exchanged love letters, which Catherine foolishly kept. Culpeper would later claim that Catherine had invited him to her chambers, that she had professed her love for him, that she had said she would love him above all creatures if he were free. In November 1541, everything came crashing down. The royal court was at Hampton Court Palace when Archbishop Thomas Cranmer presented the king with testimony from 2 men who had known Catherine before her marriage, John Lascelles and his sister Mary Hall. who had lived in the Dowager Duchess's household with Catherine. They told Cranmer about Catherine's past relationships with Manox and Derham, about the late-night visits to the dormitory, about the gifts and the promises. Cranmer, horrified, and probably reluctant to be the bearer of such terrible news, wrote it all down in a letter and gave it to the king. Henry at first refused to believe it, insisting it must be lies spread by people who envied his happiness. But as more evidence emerged, as more people were questioned, as servants and ladies-in-waiting confirmed parts of the story, he was forced to confront the truth. He fell into a rage unlike anything his court had seen before, even worse than his anger at Anne Boleyn. He called for a sword, saying he would kill Catherine himself. He wept, telling his council that he had thought Catherine was innocent and pure. He alternated between fury and self-pity, unable to believe that another wife had betrayed him. Catherine was questioned extensively over several days. She admitted to the relationships before her marriage. There was no point denying what so many people knew, but she tried to deny adultery after her marriage to Henry. She claimed Culpeper had tried to seduce her, but that she had resisted. But her love letters to Culpeper, signed "Yours as long as life endures," were discovered. Her nighttime meetings with him, testified to by multiple servants, could not be explained away innocently. Derham and Culpeper were arrested, tortured in the Tower, and tried for treason. Both were found guilty. Culpeper, because he was of gentle birth and had been the king's favourite, was granted the mercy of beheading. Derham, as a commoner, was sentenced to the full traitor's death, hanged, cut down while still alive, castrated, disemboweled, and quartered. Both men were executed on December 10th, 1541, at Tyburn. Their heads were placed on spikes on London Bridge as a warning. Lady Rochford, who had helped facilitate the meetings between Catherine and Culpeper, was also condemned to death. She had apparently suffered a mental breakdown during her imprisonment, and Parliament had to pass a special act making it possible to execute someone who was insane. Catherine Howard herself was taken to the Tower of London in February 1542. Unlike Anne Boleyn, she did not face a trial. Parliament simply passed an Act of Attainder declaring her guilty of having lived an abominable, base, carnal, voluptuous, and vicious life before her marriage to the king, and of continuing her adultery afterward. The penalty was death. On the morning of February 13, 1542, Catherine was taken from her cell to the scaffold on Tower Green, the same spot where her cousin Anne Boleyn had died less than 6 years earlier. Catherine was so weak with fear and despair that she could barely stand, having to be supported by the guards as she walked to the block. She was no more than 21 years old, possibly younger, when the axe fell. Lady Rochford was executed immediately after her, and both women were buried in unmarked graves beside Anne Boleyn in the chapel of St. Peter at Vincula, within the Tower walls. Catherine Parr, the survivor. For over a year after Catherine Howard's execution, Henry remained unmarried, the longest period he had been without a wife since his widowhood. He was in his 50s now, grossly overweight. Estimates suggest he weighed over 300 pounds, unable to walk without assistance due to his ulcerated legs, in constant pain, his temper worse than ever. He needed a nurse as much as a wife, and that is largely what he got in his sixth and final queen. Catherine Parr was 31 years old when Henry began courting her in early 1543, a mature woman by the standards of the time. She had been married twice before, both times to much older men who had died leaving her a wealthy widow. She was intelligent, well-educated, and interested in religious reform and humanist ideas. She had been planning to marry Thomas Seymour, the brother of Jane Seymour and uncle to Prince Edward. When Henry's attention fell on her, she could not refuse the king, of course, no matter what her heart desired. They were married on July 12, 1543, at Hampton Court Palace, in a small private ceremony. Catherine proved to be exactly what Henry needed in his declining years. She was a good nurse, tending to his painful legs, managing his temper, keeping him comfortable. She was also intelligent enough to be a companion, able to discuss theology and politics with him, though she learned to be careful not to contradict him too directly. Most importantly, she got along well with Henry's 3 children from his previous marriages. Mary, now in her late 20s, bitter and unhappy after years of mistreatment. Elizabeth, 9 years old, intelligent and watchful. And Edward, 5 years old, sickly, but the precious male heir. Catherine helped reconcile them with their father, brought them to court, supervised their education, and created something like a family atmosphere in Henry's final years. But Catherine's intelligence and her interest in religious reform nearly cost her life. She was a convinced Protestant, interested in the new ideas coming from Germany and Switzerland. She liked to discuss theology, and she sometimes made the mistake of contradicting Henry on religious matters, forgetting that he did not like to be told he was wrong, especially by a woman, especially about religion. Conservative factions at court, led by Bishop Stephen Gardiner and others who opposed Protestant reforms, saw an opportunity to bring her down, just as Anne Boleyn and Catherine Howard had been brought down. They compiled evidence of heresy against Catherine, books she had read, discussions she had participated in, reformist clergy she had protected. They convinced Henry to sign a warrant for her arrest. The plan was to take her to the Tower and question her about her religious beliefs under torture if necessary. If she was found guilty of heresy, she would be burned at the stake. But Catherine learned of the plot, possibly through a friendly servant who saw the arrest warrant. She immediately went to Henry, threw herself at his feet weeping, and claimed that she had only discussed theology with him to distract him from the pain of his ulcerated legs, and that she had taken positions she didn't truly hold just to encourage him to instruct her, as she deferred to his superior wisdom in all things. It was a masterful performance of feminine submission, exactly what Henry wanted to hear. He forgave her on the spot, calling her his own sweetheart. When the guards arrived the next day with the arrest warrant to take Catherine to the Tower, Henry sent them away furiously, berating them for trying to arrest his beloved wife. Catherine had escaped the fate of Anne Boleyn and Catherine Howard by knowing exactly how to manage Henry's ego. She had learned what the others had not, that Henry needed to believe he was wise, merciful, and always right. In January 1547, King Henry VIII died at the Palace of Whitehall, probably of heart failure and kidney failure, his body worn out by years of excess, made worse by his ulcerated legs, which had become infected with what was probably diabetes or another condition that prevented proper healing. He was 55 years old, so enormously fat that his coffin had to be specially made to accommodate his girth. His will divided the kingdom among his 3 children. Edward would inherit as king, but if he died without heirs, the crown would pass to Mary and then to Elizabeth. He had finally, at the end, acknowledged all 3 of his children equally. Catherine Parr survived him by just over a year. She was the only one of Henry's 6 wives to outlive him as his widow, free at last to live as she chose. She remarried quickly, within a few months, to Thomas Seymour, the man she had wanted to marry before Henry had claimed her. She became pregnant at 35, which was considered quite old for a first pregnancy in that era. But her happiness was brief. She died of puerperal fever on September 5th, 1548, just a week after giving birth to a daughter who also died young. She was buried at Sudeley Castle in Gloucestershire. The secret life of Henry VIII was one of passion, obsession, and ultimately tragedy. His desperate desire for a male heir and his inability to control his appetites reshaped an entire nation. He married 6 times, divorced 2 wives, executed 2 others, lost one to childbirth, and died before the last. He broke England away from the Catholic Church, dissolved over 800 monasteries and convents, seized their wealth, and created the Church of England, all because he wanted to divorce his first wife and marry Anne Boleyn. His legacy was not just the religious transformation of England, but a cautionary tale about the dangers of absolute power wielded by a man who would not be denied, who believed that his desires were the same as God's will, and who was willing to destroy anyone who stood in his way. The merry monarch Charles II. The exile years, Charles, later known as King Charles II of England, Scotland and Ireland, was born in May 1630 at St James's Palace in London. During one of the most turbulent periods in British history, his father, King Charles III, was already locked in a bitter power struggle with Parliament over the fundamental question of royal authority versus parliamentary rights. His mother, Henrietta Maria, was a French Catholic princess, daughter of King Henry IV of France and Marie de Medici, whose influence at court was deeply resented by England's Protestant majority, who saw her as part of a papist conspiracy. The baby prince who entered the world had no way of knowing that he would spend much of his youth as a hunted exile, that he would watch his father's execution from abroad, and that he would wait 18 long years for the chance to reclaim his throne, years that would shape his character and his approach to both kingship and pleasure. Charles's childhood was marked by civil war from the time he was 12 years old. In 1642, the conflict between his father and Parliament erupted into open warfare that would tear the kingdom apart. The young prince was made nominal commander of royalist forces in the west of England, though of course, at 12, he was far too young to actually lead troops into battle. As the royalist cause crumbled under the military genius of Oliver Cromwell and his new model army, as city after city fell to parliamentary forces, Charles fled first to the Scilly Isles, then to Jersey, and finally to France, where his mother had already sought refuge, beginning a period of exile that would last 18 bitter years and teach him hard lessons about survival. In January 1649, when Charles was just 18 years old and living in The Hague, news reached him that shattered his world completely. His father had been tried for treason by a specially convened court, found guilty of making war against Parliament and his own people, and executed on a scaffold erected outside the banqueting house in Whitehall. Charles I had walked out onto that scaffold on a cold winter morning, made a speech asserting his innocence and his belief in the divine right of kings, forgiven his executioners, and laid his head on the block. The axe fell, and England became a commonwealth, ruled by Parliament and its military leader, Oliver Cromwell, the king's great enemy. The young prince, now calling himself King Charles II, though he had no kingdom, was devastated, but there was nothing he could do. He was an exile, dependent on the charity of foreign courts, watched by Cromwell's spies, his movements restricted, his funds limited. He made an attempt to reclaim his throne by landing in Scotland in 1650, where he was crowned at Scone. But his Scottish army was crushed by Cromwell at the Battle of Worcester in September 1651. Charles barely escaped with his life, spending weeks hiding in safe houses, famously concealing himself in an oak tree at Boscobel House while parliamentary soldiers searched below. He eventually made his way to France, disguised as a servant, and resumed his wandering exile. The king. Across the water, Charles spent the next 9 years moving restlessly between France, the Spanish Netherlands, Germany, and various European courts, sometimes welcome, sometimes merely tolerated, always hoping for a chance to return home, always dependent on others for his very survival. It was during these years of exile, from his late teens through his 20s, living an uncertain, impoverished existence far from home, that Charles developed the habits and attitudes that would define his reign and his approach to both public duty and private pleasure. He became charming and personable by necessity. He needed to get along with everyone, needed to be liked, needed to maintain friendships and alliances that might someday help him regain his throne. He learned to be adaptable, to compromise, to never take himself too seriously, to laugh at difficulties rather than rage at them as his father had done. He also learned not to trust completely, to keep his true feelings hidden, to always have an escape route planned. He learned painfully that high principles and uncompromising positions could cost you your head. His father had died refusing to yield to Parliament's demands, believing absolutely in the divine right of kings. Charles would take a different path. He was also developing a reputation as a lover of women, a reputation that would follow him throughout his life and become the defining characteristic of his kingship in the popular imagination. His first serious relationship was with Lucy Walter, a Welshwoman from an aristocratic family who had fallen on hard times. Charles met Lucy while he was in The Hague in 1648, shortly before his father's execution. Lucy was beautiful, spirited and passionate, with dark hair and eyes, and Charles, just 18 and starved for affection and comfort in a hostile world, fell for her completely. Their relationship was intense but troubled from the start. Lucy gave birth to a son, James, in April 1649, just months after Charles III's execution. Charles acknowledged the boy as his son, giving him the surname Scott and ensuring he was provided for, one of the few illegitimate children he would officially recognize. But Charles and Lucy's relationship was volatile. They separated and reconciled multiple times. Lucy was jealous and possessive, prone to scenes and fits of rage when Charles looked at other women. She was also politically dangerous. She was suspected of being a spy for Cromwell's government, selling information about Charles's plans and movements. There were rumors that she was involved in blackmail attempts, threatening to reveal compromising letters unless paid. They finally separated for good around 1651, and Lucy's life spiraled downward. She had affairs with other men, moved around Europe, was arrested at least once on suspicion of espionage, and was imprisoned in the Tower of London briefly before being deported back to the continent. She died in Paris in 1658, probably from syphilis, in poverty and disgrace. She was not yet 30 years old, but her son, the Duke of Monmouth, would later play a significant and tragic role in Charles II's reign, claiming that Charles had actually married Lucy secretly, and that he, James Scott, was therefore the legitimate heir to the throne rather than Charles's Catholic brother James. The Restoration. In 1660, everything changed in ways that Charles, after 18 years of wandering, could barely believe. Oliver Cromwell had died in 1658, his body ravaged by malaria and kidney disease. His son Richard, called Tumbledown Dick by contemporaries, had proven completely unable to hold the Commonwealth together or manage the powerful army commanders who had helped his father conquer England. The country was tired of Puritan rule that banned theatre and dancing and Christmas celebrations, tired of military dictatorship, tired of the high taxes and the somber restrictions on daily life. People wanted normalcy again, wanted their old traditions back, wanted a king again even if it meant risking another civil war. General George Monk, commander of the English army in Scotland and a hard-headed pragmatist, marched south with his troops and opened negotiations with the exiled king through secret channels. Charles issued the Declaration of Breda, promising a general amnesty for those who had fought against his father, promising religious tolerance, promising to work with Parliament rather than against it, promising to be the kind of king England could accept. On May 29, 1660, Charles's 30th birthday, which he took as an excellent omen, he rode into London on a white horse to reclaim his throne. He was greeted by wildly cheering crowds, church bells ringing, wine flowing in the streets, bonfires lit on every corner. It was called the Restoration, and the city went absolutely mad with celebration and relief. Charles had learned important lessons during his years of wandering and exile. He knew that his father had died because he had tried to rule without parliament, had refused to compromise, had believed too much in the divine right of kings, and not enough in the practical necessity of getting along with those who held real power. Charles would be different. He would work with Parliament when necessary, would bend rather than break when pushed, would compromise to survive. He had spent too many years hungry and homeless to risk his throne for abstract principles. He also knew, deep in his bones, that life was short and uncertain, that today's king could be tomorrow's hunted exile, that death could come suddenly and without warning. He intended to enjoy every moment he had, to take every pleasure available to him, to live fully while he could. The new king was tall for his age, over 6 feet at a time when most men were considerably shorter, and dark-haired, taking after his French mother rather than his fair English father. He had a sardonic wit and an easy charm that drew people to him. He was intellectually curious, fascinated by science and natural philosophy, and would become a patron of the Royal Society. He loved horse racing and would create the famous races at Newmarket. He loved theatre and reopened the playhouses that Cromwell had closed, allowing women to perform on stage for the first time in English history. He loved music, keeping an excellent orchestra at court, and above all, he loved women. He loved their company, their conversation, their beauty, and their bodies. Within months of his restoration, it became clear that Charles would not be a conventional monarch in his personal life. The mistresses. But first, there was the matter of marriage, which for a king was never about love, but always about politics and alliances. Charles needed a wife for dynastic reasons, needed an heir of his body to secure the succession and prevent another crisis when he died. The choice fell on Catherine of Braganza, daughter of King John IV of Portugal, a match that brought enormous political and financial benefits. The marriage was arranged in 1661 and finalized on May 21st, 1662 at Portsmouth, where Catherine had landed after her voyage from Portugal. Catherine brought with her the most spectacular dowry any English queen consort had ever provided: 2 million Portuguese cruzados in cash, the territories of Tangier in North Africa and Bombay in India, trading rights in Brazil and the East Indies, and a chest full of exotic luxuries, including the finest tea in Europe. She also brought the custom of drinking tea, which she would popularize among the English aristocracy, creating a tradition that would become synonymous with English culture. And she brought her innocence, her piety, and her deep love for her new husband. Catherine had been raised in a convent in Portugal, carefully sheltered from the world, strictly educated in Catholic doctrine and royal etiquette. She was 23 years old when she arrived in England, small and delicate, with dark Portuguese features, speaking no English at all, bewildered by the sophisticated, cynical, sexually liberated world of the Restoration Court. When she first met Charles, she was pleased with him. He was tall and handsome and charming, everything she had been told to hope for in a husband. But her happiness and her innocence were destroyed within days of her arrival. Catherine learned, to her shock and devastation, that her husband had a mistress, indeed, that he had several mistresses, and that one of them, Barbara Palmer, was heavily pregnant with the king's child even as Catherine was being welcomed as queen. The revelation shattered Catherine's illusions completely. She had been told that she was coming to England to be Charles's beloved wife and queen. Instead, she found herself one woman among many, and not even the most favoured. Barbara Palmer, later created Duchess of Cleveland and Countess of Castlemaine, was Charles's chief mistress at the time of his marriage, the woman who had captured his attention shortly after his restoration. She was beautiful in the voluptuous style of the era, with abundant auburn hair, a full figure, and striking eyes. She had been born Barbara Villiers from an old royalist family that had suffered for supporting Charles III during the Civil War. She had married Roger Palmer in 1659, but within a year of Charles's restoration, she had caught the king's eye at a ball and become his lover. The affair was conducted openly, scandalously, with Barbara making no effort to hide it. She gave birth to Charles's daughter Anne in February 1661, while Roger Palmer looked the other way, and she would eventually bear Charles 5 children in total between 1661 and 1665. Anne, Charles, Henry, Charlotte, and George. Charles acknowledged all of them, giving them surnames and titles, providing generously for them, ensuring they had positions and prospects. When Catherine discovered the situation shortly after her arrival in England, she was absolutely devastated. She'd been raised to believe that marriage was sacred, that fidelity was expected, that queens were honoured and respected. The shock of discovering that her husband kept a stable of mistresses and made no attempt to hide it left her reeling. When Charles requested, or rather commanded, that she accept Barbara Palmer as one of her ladies-in-waiting, essentially forcing Catherine to have her husband's pregnant mistress in constant attendance, Catherine refused absolutely. She threw a tantrum in front of the entire court, weeping and screaming in Portuguese, refusing to even look at Barbara. It was a rare display of spirit from the usually quiet and pious Catherine, a desperate attempt to assert some dignity and control over an impossible situation. But Charles insisted with cold determination, and eventually, Catherine had no choice but to yield. The king controlled everything, her income, her household, her very position. If she continued to resist, she risked being sent back to Portugal in disgrace, which would humiliate her family and country. She had no real power, no real choices, so she capitulated, accepting Barbara as one of her ladies, enduring the humiliation of having to see her husband's mistress every day, watching her belly swell with his child, while Catherine herself remained childless. It was a humiliation that set the tone for Catherine's entire marriage. She would be Charles's wife in name and ceremony, but other women would have his passion and his time. Catherine's greatest sorrow was that she could not give Charles a legitimate heir, could not do the one thing that would secure her position and give her value in the eyes of the court and kingdom. She became pregnant several times in the early years of her marriage, in 1662 and 1663 and 1664, and each time the court held its breath, hoping for a prince. But each time the pregnancy ended in heartbreak, miscarriages, stillbirths, babies who perhaps never truly existed, but were phantom pregnancies brought on by her desperate desire to conceive. After about 8 years of marriage, it became clear that Catherine would never have children, that her body could not carry a pregnancy to term. There was talk of divorce, whispers that Charles should put her aside, as Henry VIII had put aside his wives. But Charles, to his credit, and to the surprise of many, refused. He would not humiliate Catherine that way, would not add to her suffering. She had done nothing wrong, and he would not punish her for something beyond her control. He kept his mistresses and continued his affairs, but Catherine remained his wife, Queen Consort of England, until his death. Barbara Palmer's hold on the king's affections lasted until the early 1670s, a decade of dominance during which she was the uncrowned queen of the English court, more powerful in many ways than poor Catherine. By the early 1670s, however, Barbara was in her 30s. Her famous beauty was beginning to fade. Lines were appearing on her face. Her waist was thickening from multiple pregnancies, and Charles's attention was wandering to younger, fresher faces. Barbara continued to receive money from the king. She had been granted extensive estates, valuable monopolies, and a generous pension, but her influence was gone. Her time as chief mistress had passed. She went on to have scandalous affairs with other men after Charles lost interest, including reportedly an acrobat, a rope dancer, and even the highwayman Captain Blood. Her later life was marked by financial difficulties despite her enormous income. She gambled heavily and lost fortunes at cards, and by increasing eccentricity. She died in 1709 at the age of 68, old, sick, half blind from disease, and largely forgotten. A far cry from the beautiful, powerful woman who had once dominated Charles II's court. One of the women who briefly captured Charles's wandering attention in the late 1660s was Moll Davis, an actress at the Duke's Theatre who was known for her sweet singing voice and her dancing. Moll was charming and undemanding, content to be the king's companion for a while without demanding titles or vast wealth. She bore him a daughter, Mary, who was later married into the nobility, continuing the tradition of Charles, providing well for his illegitimate children. But Moll's reign as royal mistress was brief, cut short dramatically by the arrival of Charles's most famous, most beloved mistress, Nell Gwyn. Nell Gwyn, the people's favourite. Nell Gwyn was everything the court was not: low-born, uneducated, utterly without pretension or social climbing ambition, funny and foul-mouthed, and completely natural. She had grown up in the worst poverty imaginable, born in an alley off Drury Lane in London, to a mother who ran a brothel and drank herself to death. Nell had sold oranges at the King's Theatre, standing in the pit calling out her wares to the audience, and had somehow made her way onto the stage, becoming an actress known particularly for her comedic roles and her breeches parts, roles where she dressed as a boy, showing off her pretty legs. She was small and curvy, with auburn hair, a snub nose, and an irrepressible personality that couldn't be contained. Charles first saw her performing at the King's Theatre around 1668, was enchanted by her wit and naturalness, and invited her to supper. They became lovers shortly after, and Nell became one of Charles's longest-lasting and most cherished companions. The people of London loved Nell precisely because she was one of them, a girl from the streets who had risen to royal favour without putting on airs or forgetting where she came from. She continued to live simply despite the king's gifts, preferring her small house to a palace. She was generous to the poor, remembering her own childhood hunger. She never demanded to be treated as a lady or insisted on elaborate courtesies. She made jokes about her own low birth and lack of education, and she treated the king like a friend rather than a distant monarch, teasing him and making him laugh in ways that no one else dared. There's a famous story, perhaps apocryphal but entirely in character, that once, when Nell's carriage was surrounded by an angry mob in Oxford, who thought she was Louise de Keroualle, the French Catholic mistress whom the Protestants hated, Nell stuck her head out the window and shouted in her Cockney accent, "Good people, you are mistaken. I am the Protestant whore." The crowd, delighted by her cheek and her honesty, roared with laughter and cheered her on her way, chanting her name. Only Nell could have gotten away with such a statement. Only Nell could turn a dangerous moment into a triumph through sheer force of personality. Nell bore Charles 2 sons, both of whom he acknowledged with great affection. The elder, Charles Beauclerk, was made Duke of St. Albans. The younger, James, died as a child to Nell's great grief. Charles was genuinely fond of Nell, enjoyed her company enormously, valued her lack of political ambition, and her straightforward nature. She never schemed, never tried to influence policy, never involved herself in the dangerous games of court politics. She was simply there to make the king laugh, to give him pleasure, to remind him that life could be simple and fun despite all the weight of kingship. As Charles lay dying in February 1685, suffering from what was probably a stroke or kidney failure, barely able to speak, one of his very last requests, made to his brother James, was heartfelt and sincere. Let not poor Nellie starve. He wanted to make sure that after his death, someone would take care of the woman who had given him so much joy and asked for so little in return. But Nell did not live long after Charles. She died in November 1687, probably from a stroke, at the age of 37, still mourning the king she had loved not for his crown, but for himself. Louise de Keroualle. The French connection. Louise de Keroualle, later created Duchess of Portsmouth, was Charles's longest-lasting and most politically significant mistress, the woman who replaced Barbara Palmer as his official favourite and held that position until his death. She was a French noblewoman, born into an aristocratic Breton family, who came to England in 1670 as part of the retinue of Charles's beloved sister, Henrietta, Duchess of Orleans. Charles was immediately attracted to Louise's delicate, feminine beauty. She was small and blonde, with porcelain skin and elegant manners, everything that aristocratic femininity was supposed to be. But Louise, unlike some of Charles's earlier conquests, was clever enough to hold out for a while, making Charles work for her favour, understanding that her value increased the longer she delayed, that playing hard to get would secure her position better than easy surrender. When she finally became Charles's mistress in October 1671, she moved quickly to consolidate her position and ensure she would not be easily displaced. Louise had ambitions that went far beyond simply being the king's bedmate. She wanted titles, money, influence, and she got all three. Charles made her Duchess of Portsmouth in 1673, gave her magnificent apartments at Whitehall Palace that were furnished more lavishly than the Queen's rooms, and showered her with jewels, cash, and valuable sinecures. She bore him a son, Charles Lennox, in 1672, whom Charles recognized immediately and eventually made Duke of Richmond, providing him with lands, titles, and a position at court. Louise, dressed in the finest French fashions, employed a small army of servants and lived like a queen in all but name. But Louise was widely suspected, correctly, of being a spy for the French king, Louis XIV, reporting back to the French court about English policies, military plans, and political intrigues. She certainly had close ties to France and maintained regular correspondence with French officials. Louis XIV actually paid her a pension for her services as an informant. Charles almost certainly knew about this, or at least suspected it strongly, but he didn't seem to mind particularly. He liked Louise, enjoyed her company, found her useful as a diplomatic channel to France, and was willing to overlook her divided loyalties. Their relationship was more partnership than passionate romance. Each got something valuable from it, and both seemed content with the arrangement. Louise was hated by many in England, particularly by Protestant hardliners who saw her as a Catholic foreign agent, corrupting the king and pushing him toward absolutism and popery. The satirical poets of the day mocked her mercilessly, calling her Squintabella and worse names, attacking her greed and her foreign influence. Nell Gwynn delighted in tormenting her aristocratic rival, making fun of her airs and her pretensions, her French accent and her Catholic piety. But Louise remained unshakably in position, Charles's official mistress, until his very last days. Louise was with Charles when he suffered his final stroke, and she was present when he died, though at the very end, it was Queen Catherine who had the right to be at his bedside. After Charles's death, Louise found herself in a precarious position. The new king, James II, was Charles's brother, but had never liked Louise and saw no reason to continue supporting her lavishly. Louise eventually returned to France, where she lived very comfortably on the vast fortune Charles had given her. Properties, pensions, investments, jewels. She died in Paris in November 1734, at the impressive age of 85, one of the last survivors of Charles II's glittering Restoration court, a woman who had played the game of royal mistress brilliantly and retired wealthy and comfortable. The last mistress, Charles's last significant mistress, was Hortense Mancini, Duchess of Mazarin, an Italian beauty who arrived in England in 1675 after fleeing from her wealthy but mentally unstable and abusive husband. Hortense was the niece of Cardinal Mazarin, who had been the chief minister of France and one of the most powerful men in Europe. She had been spectacularly beautiful in her youth and was still stunning in her 30s. Charles had actually tried to marry Hortense when he was a penniless exile in the 1650s, but her uncle had rejected his suit contemptuously, saying that an exile with no kingdom was not worthy of a Mancini girl. Now, irony of ironies, Hortense came to London as a refugee, and Charles, now a king secure on his throne, welcomed her warmly. Hortense was beautiful, sophisticated, worldly, and sexually adventurous in ways that shocked even the tolerant Restoration Court. She scandalized London society by taking both male and female lovers openly, by fencing in her nightgown with male companions, by gambling enormous sums at cards, by living an utterly unconventional life. She even began a passionate affair with one of Charles's own illegitimate daughters, Anne Leonard, daughter of the king, and Barbara Palmer, a relationship that was the subject of endless gossip and speculation. She practiced fencing with male friends late at night, dressed only in her nightgown, to the horror of respectable society. Charles was fascinated by Hortense, and for a time, from 1676 to 1677, she replaced Louise de Keroualle in his affections, much to Louise's fury and alarm. But Hortense's behavior was too outrageous, too unpredictable, even for the famously tolerant Charles. Her endless affairs, her gambling debts, her increasingly scandalous lifestyle created too much drama and embarrassment. Charles eventually grew tired of the chaos surrounding her, and gradually she faded from his intimate circle, though she remained in England. Hortense's later years were marked by financial difficulties, despite the fortune she had inherited from her husband. Most of it lost to gambling and bad investments. She took to drinking heavily. She died in Chelsea in July 1699, found dead in bed after a night of heavy drinking. Only 53 years old, but looking much older. Her legendary beauty long faded, her fortune largely squandered. The king's deathbed. Throughout all these relationships, spanning 2.5 decades, Charles maintained a complicated balance that amazed his contemporaries. He liked women enormously and enjoyed their company both in and out of bed. He was generous to his mistresses, never vindictive or cruel when relationships ended. He acknowledged and provided for his illegitimate children, giving them titles, educating them well, arranging good marriages for them, and treating them with genuine fatherly affection. By the end of his reign, he had acknowledged at least 14 illegitimate children by 7 different women. Though there were probably others he didn't recognize officially, he made them dukes and earls, married them into good families, ensured they would live comfortably. In a way, he created a whole parallel royal family of his bastards, all of whom had prominent positions in society. Yet despite this cornucopia of children, Charles remained childless in the way that mattered most dynastically. Queen Catherine never gave him a legitimate heir. She suffered through multiple miscarriages and stillbirths in the early years of their marriage, endured the humiliation of false pregnancies, where her body convinced her and everyone else that she was expecting, only to have her hopes cruelly dashed, and finally accepted that she would never be a mother. This created a succession crisis that would haunt the last years of Charles's reign and ultimately lead to conflict after his death, as Charles's brother James was next in line for the throne, and James was an open, practicing Catholic. Many in Parliament feared that a Catholic king would try to undo the Protestant Reformation, would bring back the Inquisition, would turn England into a puppet of Catholic powers like France and Spain. There were several serious attempts to exclude James from the succession through legislation, including the Exclusion Crisis of 1679, 1681, which split the country into proto-political parties, the Whigs, who wanted to exclude James, and the Tories, who supported the legitimate succession. Charles, who loved his brother despite their religious differences and their frequent political disagreements, refused to go along with exclusion. He dissolved Parliament multiple times to prevent the passage of exclusion bills. He would not deny his brother's right to the throne, and in the end, his will prevailed, though it would store up problems for the future. Charles's court was unlike anything England had seen before or would see again. After the grey, sombre, repressive years of Cromwell's Commonwealth, when Christmas celebrations were banned, when theatres were closed, when dancing and music were considered sinful, when Puritan ministers roamed the streets looking for moral infractions, when even the wearing of colourful clothes was frowned upon, the Restoration brought colour, music, theatre, and a frank, open enjoyment of sensual pleasures. Women acted on the stage for the first time in English history, no longer replaced by boys in wigs. The king openly attended the theatre and flirted with actresses, making no secret of his enjoyment. Sexual affairs were discussed casually, openly, without the hypocritical pretense of moral disapproval. Fidelity in marriage was considered old-fashioned and boring. Wit and sophistication were valued above all other qualities. It was a time of intellectual and cultural flourishing. The Royal Society was founded during Charles's reign. Isaac Newton did his groundbreaking work on gravity and optics. Christopher Wren rebuilt London after the Great Fire of 1666, creating the magnificent St. Paul's Cathedral and dozens of other beautiful churches. But it was also a time of political instability and constant tension. Charles navigated carefully between Catholic and Protestant factions, between Parliament and royal prerogative, between English national interests and French gold. He took secret payments from Louis XIV through a series of secret treaties, including the notorious Secret Treaty of Dover in 1670, in exchange for supporting French foreign policy and eventually converting England back to Catholicism, though this last promise he never kept and probably never seriously intended to keep. He knew Parliament would never approve such policies, so he kept his dealings with France secret, using the money to maintain his independence from Parliament. He carefully avoided the mistakes that had cost his father the throne and his life. He worked with Parliament when he had to. He compromised when necessary. He never pushed his prerogatives to the breaking point. In February 1685, at the age of 54, Charles suffered a severe stroke while in his bedchamber at Whitehall Palace, surrounded by courtiers and servants. For several agonizing days, he lingered between life and death, while his doctors subjected him to the horrific medical treatments of the era, repeated bloodletting that drained pints of his blood, blistering his skin with hot irons, forcing him to swallow dozens of purges and emetics, drilling holes in his skull to relieve pressure. These treatments, meant to help, probably hastened his death by weakening him further. As he lay dying, barely conscious, priests were smuggled in, and Charles converted to Catholicism, the faith of his mother and his brother, though this was kept secret from most of the court to avoid scandal. He apologized to Queen Catherine for his unfaithfulness over the years, though it was far too late for such apologies to mean much. He asked his brother James, who would succeed him, to take care of his mistresses and their children, to make sure they were not left destitute. And then, on February 6, 1685, at the age of 54, Charles II died. Charles II had reigned for 25 years and had become one of England's most beloved monarchs, despite, or perhaps because of, his scandalous personal life filled with mistresses, bastards, and open infidelity. The people called him the Merry Monarch, and the name stuck forever. His reign represented a return to normalcy and enjoyment after the trauma of civil war, regicide, and military dictatorship, a time when England learned to laugh again. to enjoy itself, to accept that life was short and pleasure was not sinful. His motto could have been, "Let me live my life," and largely, England let him. The secret life of Charles II was remarkable because it wasn't secret at all. He conducted his relationships in plain sight, made no apology for his appetites, no attempt to hide his mistresses or pretend to be something he was not. His mistresses were part of the fabric of court life, recognized and semi-official, and his illegitimate children held honored positions in society, bearing ducal titles and marrying into the aristocracy. In a way, his openness about his private life was its own form of honesty, a refusal to be hypocritical. He loved women, loved pleasure, loved life, and he made no secret of any of it. And perhaps that, more than anything, was why the people loved him, because he was human, flawed, appetitive, but honest about it, never pretending to be a distant, perfect king, but simply being himself, for better or worse. The extravagant Prince George IV, the Golden Youth. George, later known as King George IV of the United Kingdom, was born on the 12th of August in 1762 at St. James's Palace in London, the eldest son of King George III and Queen Charlotte of Mecklenburg-Strelitz. From the very moment of his birth, expectations surrounded him like a golden cage, beautiful but confining. He was the heir to the British throne, born during a period when Britain was transforming into a global empire, when the Industrial Revolution was beginning to change the very fabric of society, when new ideas about liberty and democracy were stirring across Europe and the American colonies. His father was a conscientious, deeply moral man who believed profoundly in duty, hard work, religious faith, and personal restraint. Young George would prove to be his father's opposite in almost every conceivable way, a source of endless disappointment and frustration to the king, who had such high hopes for his eldest son. As a child, the future George IV was exceptionally handsome, with fair hair and blue eyes, fine features, and a natural grace of movement. He was intelligent and quick-witted, learning languages easily, showing talent in music and the arts, charming everyone he met with his easy manners and his genuine warmth. He could have been everything his father hoped for: a perfect prince, a model heir, a future king who would continue the Hanoverian line with dignity and wisdom. But as he grew older, as he entered his teenage years and then young manhood, tensions developed between father and son that would never fully heal, creating a rift that shaped both their lives and ultimately defined George's character. George III was strict, controlling, and deeply anxious about his eldest son, having suffered his own difficult relationship with his grandfather George VII, who had despised him and tried to undermine him at every turn. George III was determined to raise his son properly, to mold him into the perfect monarch through rigid discipline and constant supervision. He created an exhausting educational schedule for young George, filling every hour of the day with lessons, tutors, and improving activities. There was no time for play, no freedom for a young boy to simply be a child. Every moment was structured. Every activity had a purpose. Every pleasure had to be earned through achievement. Young George felt suffocated, trapped, desperate for freedom and enjoyment, and the chance to simply breathe without someone watching and judging every move he made. The relationship between father and son deteriorated steadily as George grew older and began to assert his independence. George III saw his son as lazy, self-indulgent, concerned only with pleasure and appearance rather than duty and substance. George, in turn, saw his father as rigid, joyless, impossibly demanding, unable to understand that life should have some element of enjoyment and beauty. They clashed over everything: George's choice of friends, his interest in fashion and the arts, his love of society and parties, his desire to live his own life rather than the life his father had planned for him. By the time George reached his late teens, they could barely stand to be in the same room together, the tension between them thick enough to cut with a knife. When George came of age at 21 in August 1783, Parliament granted him an establishment of his own, which meant his own household, his own income, his own residence separate from his parents. He was given Carlton House in London, which he immediately set about renovating and redecorating in the most lavish style imaginable, spending money like water, determined to create a palace that would reflect his taste and his personality. Parliament granted him an annual income of £50,000, an enormous sum for the era, equivalent to millions today, plus a one-time grant of £60,000 to establish his household and pay for the renovations. It seemed like limitless wealth, money beyond anything most people could imagine. But George spent it faster than it came in, always needing more, always finding new luxuries to acquire, new projects to fund, new ways to express his love of beauty and excess. George loved luxury in all its forms, fine clothes made from the most expensive fabrics, tailored to perfection by the best tailors in London, exquisite furniture crafted by master craftsmen, paintings by the great artists of Europe, sculpture, porcelain, gold and silver plate, architecture that pushed the boundaries of style and imagination. He loved fashion and became a leader of taste, setting trends that all of fashionable London would follow, introducing new styles of dress, new ways of tying a cravat, new colors and fabrics that became instantly popular when he wore them. He loved art and became a patron and collector, acquiring works that would eventually form the basis of the Royal Collection, one of the finest art collections in the world. He kept expensive racehorses at Newmarket. He collected rare books and manuscripts. He entertained lavishly, throwing parties that cost thousands of pounds, serving food prepared by French chefs, wine from the finest vineyards of Europe, keeping an orchestra to play for his guests. He gambled heavily at cards and dice, sometimes winning, more often losing, the debts mounting steadily. Within a year of receiving his income, he was deeply in debt, and the debts would only grow larger with each passing year, eventually reaching truly staggering sums. But money was not George's only obsession, not the only appetite he indulged with reckless abandon. He also loved women, and women loved him back, at least in his youth when he was still handsome and charming, rather than old and fat and difficult. He fell in love easily and passionately, each time convinced that he had found his true soulmate, each time devastated when the affair ended. His first serious attachment was to an actress named Mary Robinson, who performed under the stage name Perdita. George, just 17 years old and achingly romantic, saw her perform in The Winter's Tale and fell madly in love. He pursued her with letters and gifts, signing himself Florizel, the prince in the play. Mary, who was married but separated from her husband, eventually became George's mistress. The affair lasted about a year before George's attention wandered, as it always did, to someone new. Mary was left with nothing but memories and a pile of love letters from the prince, letters that she later threatened to publish unless paid off, forcing George to buy them back at considerable expense. After Mary came a series of other affairs with aristocratic ladies, each leaving George supposedly heartbroken when they ended, though his grief never lasted long before he found someone new. There was Elizabeth Armistead, a courtesan, who later married Charles James Fox, one of George's political allies. There was Grace Dalrymple Elliot, a beautiful Scottish woman who bore George a daughter, though he never acknowledged the child publicly. There were numerous other brief encounters, flirtations, passionate weeks or months that burned hot and then cooled as George's restless attention moved on to someone new, the illegal marriage. But then, in 1784, when George was 22 years old, everything changed. He met Maria Fitzherbert at the opera, and for once in his life, his passion would not quickly burn out and fade. Maria was 28 years old, 6 years older than George, and twice widowed. Her first husband had died when she was just 19. Her second husband had died the previous year, leaving her a wealthy and independent woman. She was beautiful in a mature, dignified way, with dark hair and eyes, a full figure, and a calm, serious demeanour. She was also Catholic, which made her completely unsuitable as a potential wife for the Prince of Wales under English law. But George, who had never been good at accepting that he couldn't have what he wanted, fell desperately, obsessively in love with her. He pursued her relentlessly, with all the intensity of his passionate nature, sending her dozens of love letters, some of them running to 40 pages or more, filled with declarations of undying love, promises of eternal devotion, romantic poetry, and increasingly desperate pleas. He sent her expensive gifts, jewels, gowns, anything he thought might please her. He appeared at her door at all hours, demanding to see her, making scenes when she refused him. He wept, he raged. He declared that he could not live without her, that she was his destiny, his one true love. Maria resisted with determination. Knowing better than to become involved with the prince, she knew that a relationship with the Prince of Wales would ruin her reputation as a respectable widow. More importantly, she knew with absolute certainty that under the Royal Marriages Act of 1772, George could not legally marry without his father's permission until he was 25 years old, and George III would never, ever consent to his son and heir marrying a Catholic widow 6 years his senior. Moreover, under the Act of Settlement of 1701, any member of the royal family who married a Catholic was automatically and permanently barred from the succession to the throne. It was impossible, illegal, a fantasy that could never become reality. If George married her, he would lose his right to become king. If he didn't marry her, she would become merely his mistress, used and eventually discarded like all the others. There was no scenario in which this ended well for her. But George refused to accept reality, refused to believe that anything was impossible for the Prince of Wales. He promised to marry her, swore that he would give up the throne if necessary, rather than live without her. He threatened suicide if she continued to refuse him, and on at least one occasion, he staged what appeared to be a suicide attempt, stabbing himself slightly with a knife, and claiming he would rather die than live without her love. Whether this was genuine desperation or theatrical manipulation, Maria was alarmed enough to give in, at least partially. She agreed to see him, to hear him out, though she continued to resist becoming his lover. Finally, worn down by his persistence and his passionate declarations, moved by what seemed like genuine love, and perhaps naively hoping that somehow this could work out, Maria agreed in December 1785 to marry George in secret. They knew the marriage would be illegal under English law. George was still under 25 and hadn't asked his father's permission, and Maria was Catholic, making the marriage void under the Act of Settlement. But they convinced themselves that the marriage would be valid in the eyes of God and the Catholic Church, that divine law superseded human law, that their love was true and pure and blessed by heaven, even if not recognized by Parliament. The ceremony took place on December 15, 1785, in Maria's drawing room in Park Street, London. Only a handful of witnesses were present. Maria's uncle, a Catholic priest who agreed to perform the ceremony despite the legal dangers, and 1 or 2 close friends sworn to secrecy. George placed a ring on Maria's finger. They exchanged vows, the priest blessed them, and they considered themselves married in the sight of God. Maria received a certificate of the marriage, which she kept hidden for the rest of her life. George returned to Carlton House. Publicly, nothing had changed. George was still the unmarried Prince of Wales, heir to the throne. Maria was still the respectable widow Mrs. Fitzherbert, but privately, they considered themselves husband and wife. For the next decade, George and Maria lived together as husband and wife in everything but name and public acknowledgement. George set Maria up in a fine house in Mayfair, not far from Carlton House, furnished it lavishly at enormous expense, and spent most of his time there with her rather than at his own residence. He was devoted to her, faithful to her, a remarkable occurrence for George, whose attention usually wandered quickly from woman to woman. Maria provided stability in his chaotic life, gave him the domestic happiness he craved, made him feel loved and cared for in a way his cold, critical father never had. For a while, George seemed almost content, almost settled, but the debts continued to mount catastrophically. By 1795, just 10 years after his marriage to Maria, George's debts had reached the absolutely staggering sum of £630,000, equivalent to tens of millions of pounds today, an almost incomprehensible amount of money. The creditors were becoming aggressive, threatening to have him imprisoned for debt despite his royal status. George's allowance from Parliament was nowhere near enough to cover his expenses, let alone pay down his debts. His father, King George III, refused to help, saying that George had brought these troubles on himself through his extravagance and his refusal to live within his means. Parliament and the King made it clear that they would only agree to pay George's debts on one condition, that he must marry properly, meaning marry a Protestant princess approved by his father and the government, marry legally and publicly, producing legitimate heirs to secure the succession. George, desperate for money and seeing no other way out of his financial disaster, reluctantly agreed. He had no choice. He was drowning in debt, and only Parliament could save him. The disastrous marriage. The bride selected for George was Princess Caroline of Brunswick, his first cousin, daughter of his mother's brother. She was 26 years old, Protestant, of appropriate royal blood, and supposedly suitable for the role of Princess of Wales. George had never met her, but he was assured by his advisors that she would make an acceptable wife. Marriage negotiations began, treaties were signed, and preparations were made for Caroline to travel to England to meet and marry the Prince of Wales. On April 5, 1795, Caroline landed at Greenwich, accompanied by a large retinue of German servants and courtiers. George went to Greenwich to meet his bride for the first time, accompanied by several of his friends. What happened next became one of the most infamous first meetings in royal history. When Caroline was brought to meet George, he took one look at her, turned pale, and immediately called for a glass of brandy to steady his nerves. Caroline, for her part, knelt as protocol demanded, but appeared confused and hurt by George's obvious dismay. The problem, from George's perspective, was that Caroline was nothing like what he had expected or hoped for. Caroline was loud where George preferred refined conversation, boisterous where he valued elegance, careless about personal hygiene in an age when cleanliness was increasingly valued among the upper classes. George later claimed, probably with exaggeration, that she smelled badly, that her clothes were dirty, that her hair was unkempt. She could not make witty conversation in the sophisticated style of London society. She lacked the grace and dignity George expected in a wife. She dressed in an unfashionable, dowdy German style. Within minutes of meeting her, George knew with absolute certainty that he could not possibly love this woman, could barely stand to be in the same room with her. But it was too late to back out without creating an international scandal that would humiliate his family, insult Caroline's family and country, and destroy any chance of Parliament paying his debts. The wedding took place on April 8, 1795, just 3 days after their first meeting, at the Chapel Royal in St. James's Palace. It was a farce from start to finish. George arrived at the chapel drunk, having fortified himself with brandy to face the ordeal. During the ceremony, he swayed on his feet, barely able to stand, his eyes unfocused, his speech slurred. The Archbishop of Canterbury, who was performing the ceremony, had to pause several times to make sure George was capable of continuing. George got through his vows somehow. Caroline got through hers, looking bewildered and hurt, and they were pronounced husband and wife. It was one of the most miserable weddings in the history of the British monarchy. That night, George performed his marital duty, apparently just once, on the wedding night, and possibly only because he was too drunk to realize what he was doing. He later claimed that he was so disgusted by Caroline that he had to drink himself into near unconsciousness to get through it. After that single encounter, he never touched Caroline again, never shared her bed, barely spoke to her. The marriage was over in all but name before it had truly begun. 9 months later, almost to the day, Caroline gave birth to a daughter at Carlton House on January 7, 1796. The baby was named Charlotte Augusta, and she was George's only legitimate child, conceived, he later bitterly said, in a drunken haze on his wedding night when he was too intoxicated to know what he was doing. A week after Charlotte's birth, George wrote Caroline a letter that was brutal in its coldness and finality. He informed her that their relationship as husband and wife was over, that he would never share her bed again, that she was free to conduct herself as she wished as long as she was discreet, that they would maintain separate households and separate lives. Our inclinations are not in our power, he wrote, nor should either of us be held answerable for the other, because nature has not made us suitable to each other. Caroline, abandoned by her husband barely a year into their marriage, became a tragic and somewhat scandalous figure. The British public, who had little love for the dissolute, extravagant Prince of Wales, who was spending their tax money on his luxuries while they struggled with poverty and the disruptions of war with France, sympathized with Caroline as the wronged wife. She was allowed to remain at court, but was excluded from most official functions. Isolated and lonely, she took lovers, or at least was widely rumored to have taken lovers. Several men were associated with her name, and she didn't seem to care much who knew or what people said. There were whispers that she was indiscreet, possibly mentally unstable, certainly undiplomatic in her behavior and her speech. In 1806, there was even a formal investigation, called the Delicate Investigation, into whether Caroline had given birth to an illegitimate child. A young boy named William Austin had been seen in her household, and rumours spread that he was Caroline's bastard son. The investigation questioned servants, examined witnesses, and ultimately concluded that while Caroline's behaviour had been indiscreet and inappropriate, she had entertained men alone in her apartments, had been overly familiar with certain gentlemen, had behaved in ways that were not befitting a Princess of Wales. There was no proof that she had actually committed adultery or given birth to an illegitimate child. William Austin was apparently the child of poor parents whom Caroline had taken in and was supporting, one of several acts of charity she performed for the poor. But the scandal further poisoned the already toxic relationship between Caroline and George, making reconciliation impossible even if either of them had wanted it. Meanwhile, George had returned to Maria Fitzherbert after his disastrous marriage to Caroline fell apart. For several more years, they lived together quietly as they had before, trying to recapture what they had once had. But the relationship was strained now, damaged by George's marriage to Caroline, and by the passage of time. George's drinking had worsened, his temper had become more unpredictable, his health was declining, he was gaining weight rapidly, his youthful good looks fading into dissipation. Maria, patient and faithful for so many years, finally grew tired of his moods and his increasingly difficult behaviour. By 1803, they had drifted apart for good, ending their relationship by mutual unspoken agreement. Maria never remarried. She outlived George by 7 years, dying in 1837 at the age of 80. She always wore his portrait in a locket around her neck and kept the certificate of their secret marriage until her death. Whether she ever truly regretted their relationship or believed to the end that it had been a true marriage blessed by God, we cannot know. The Prince Regent. In 1810, King George III, who had suffered several previous bouts of mental illness throughout his reign, descended into his final and permanent madness, probably caused by the genetic blood disorder porphyria, though contemporary doctors had no understanding of his condition and could only watch helplessly as the king raved and hallucinated. He would live for another 10 years, blind, deaf, increasingly detached from reality, occasionally lucid, but more often lost in delusions, believing himself to be already dead or married to someone other than Queen Charlotte, or living in a different century entirely. It was heartbreaking to watch the conscientious, moral king reduced to such a state. In February 1811, Parliament passed the Regency Act, making George Prince Regent with nearly full royal powers, essentially king in all but name. He was 48 years old and had been waiting for power all his life, had spent decades in his father's shadow, told he was worthless, told he was wasteful, told he would never be fit to rule. Now he had the power, the authority, the ability to do as he wished, and he intended to use it to indulge every one of his appetites without restraint. The Regency period, from 1811 to 1820, when George III finally died and George became king officially, was a time of extraordinary cultural flourishing and equally extraordinary personal excess. George was a genuine patron of the arts and architecture, whatever his personal flaws. He commissioned John Nash, one of the great architects of the age, to redesign large portions of London, creating the elegant sweep of Regent Street that still bears his name, laying out Regent's Park with its beautiful crescents of gleaming white stucco houses, transforming the city into something more beautiful and modern. He transformed Buckingham House, a relatively modest royal residence, into Buckingham Palace, the grand building we know today, though he died before seeing the work completed. Most famously, he transformed the Royal Pavilion in Brighton, a simple seaside villa, into an extraordinary fantasy palace that looked like something from the Arabian Nights had been dropped onto the English coast. The exterior featured domes and minarets in an Indian Mughal style. The interior was decorated with elaborate Chinese-inspired designs, with dragons and pagodas, bamboo patterns and hand-painted wallpaper, the latest gaslighting creating magical effects. It cost an absolute fortune, money that could have fed thousands of poor families, but it was beautiful in an excessive, overwhelming way that perfectly captured George's personality. Too much, over the top, magnificent and ridiculous at the same time. But while George was creating beautiful buildings, his personal life continued its downward spiral. He ate and drank to excess, consuming enormous meals washed down with bottles of wine and brandy, his physicians powerless to control his appetite. His waist expanded from a trim 30 inches in his youth to over 50 inches in middle age, making him grotesquely fat by contemporary standards. He suffered from gout, which made his joints swell painfully and made walking difficult. He had chronic digestive problems from overeating. He became increasingly dependent on laudanum, an opium-based painkiller, to manage his various ailments, which only made everything worse by affecting his mood and his judgment. His temper, never good, grew worse. He quarrelled with everyone: his estranged wife, his daughter, his ministers, his former friends, who couldn't stand his behaviour anymore. His relationship with his daughter Charlotte was particularly tragic and complex. Charlotte was bright, lively, spirited, and beloved by the British public, who saw in her a hope for the future, a new generation of royalty that might be different from her difficult father and her scandalous mother. George kept her isolated from her mother, whom he despised and whom he believed was a bad influence, but he also monitored Charlotte's life closely, suspicious of any young man who showed interest in her, paranoid that she might form an attachment to someone unsuitable or be manipulated by political enemies. Charlotte grew up caught between her warring parents, used as a pawn in their conflicts, deeply unhappy despite her outward cheerfulness. When Charlotte fell in love with Prince Leopold of Saxe-Coburg, a younger son of a minor German royal house, George was initially reluctant to approve the match. Leopold wasn't wealthy or particularly important politically, but Charlotte was determined, threatening to refuse to marry anyone else, and eventually George gave in. The wedding took place in May 1816 at Carlton House, and for a brief time, Charlotte seemed genuinely happy, finally free to live her own life with a man she had chosen and who genuinely loved her. But the happiness was tragically brief, lasting barely a year. In November 1817, Charlotte went into labour with her first child at Claremont House in Surrey, the country estate that had been given to her and Leopold as a wedding present. The labour was long, over 50 hours, and difficult from the start. The royal physician, Sir Richard Croft, who was attending her, was a firm believer in a hands-off approach to childbirth, refusing to intervene even when it became clear that something was wrong, believing that nature should take its course. After 2 days of agony, Charlotte finally delivered a stillborn son, a large baby boy who had died probably hours before birth, strangled by the umbilical cord or suffocated by the difficult labour. Charlotte seemed to recover after the delivery. She was tired and devastated by the loss of her child, but she was conscious and speaking, asking about the baby, weeping for her lost son. But a few hours later, she began bleeding internally, massive hemorrhaging that the doctors couldn't control. Within hours, as the doctors watched helplessly, unable to stop the bleeding, unable to save her, Princess Charlotte was dead. She was 21 years old. Leopold, her husband, was devastated, inconsolable. George, despite their difficult relationship, was genuinely grief-stricken, and the entire nation went into mourning like nothing England had seen before. Charlotte had been the hope of the monarchy, the one member of the royal family whom everyone loved, the promise of a better future. With her death, that hope died too. Shops closed, churches held memorial services, people wore black armbands, women wept in the streets. The line of succession had suddenly become uncertain. George had no other legitimate children and was never going to have any more. The crown would pass to one of his brothers or to their children, none of whom were popular or particularly suitable. The monarchy itself seemed to be in crisis. George retreated into grief and self-pity, drinking more, eating more, his health declining further, his spirits darker than ever. The king's coronation and final years. In January 1820, King George III finally died after 10 years of complete madness, blind and deaf, and barely aware of the world around him. George became King George IV at the age of 57. He had waited his entire life for this moment, but now that it had arrived, it brought him little joy. He was old before his time, worn out by decades of excess, his health ruined, his reputation in tatters, his daughter dead, his marriage a disaster, his relationships with his family broken beyond repair. One of George VI's first acts as king was to attempt to divorce Caroline, his estranged wife who had spent the last several years travelling in Europe, living openly with an Italian servant named Bartolomeo Pergami, who most people assumed was her lover. George demanded that Parliament pass a bill dissolving his marriage on the grounds of Caroline's adultery, making it clear that he wanted her excluded from any recognition as queen, that he would not tolerate her presence at his coronation or at any official function. The result was a spectacular public relations disaster that made George III even more unpopular than he already was. The bill, called the Pains and Penalties Bill, was debated in the House of Lords through the summer and autumn of 1820. The trial became a sensation, a national scandal that everyone followed in the newspapers. Italian servants were brought to London to testify about Caroline's alleged affair with Pergami, describing how she had travelled with him, how they had shared accommodations, how she had appeared in public with him in ways that suggested they were lovers. But Caroline's defenders argued that the evidence was circumstantial, that George himself had no moral standing to accuse anyone of adultery given his own behaviour, that this was simply a vindictive husband trying to destroy a woman who had done nothing worse than what he himself had done openly for decades. The public sided overwhelmingly with Caroline, not because they particularly liked her or thought she was innocent, but because they despised George IV and saw this as his attempt to abuse his power as king. When Caroline appeared in public, crowds cheered her. When George appeared, he was booed and hissed. The bill eventually passed the House of Lords, but by such a narrow margin and with such obvious public opposition that the government withdrew it rather than send it to the House of Commons, where it would certainly have failed. George had failed to divorce Caroline, had instead damaged his own reputation further, and was forced to accept that she remained legally his wife and queen consort. Caroline, emboldened by this victory and encouraged by her radical supporters, announced that she would attend George's coronation on July 19th, 1821. George was absolutely horrified. He gave explicit orders that Caroline was to be barred from Westminster Abbey under any circumstances. On the morning of the coronation, Caroline arrived at the doors of the Abbey with a group of supporters, dressed in her finest clothes, demanding entry as the rightful Queen of England. The doors were literally slammed in her face by guards following the King's orders. She was turned away, humiliated in front of a crowd that had gathered to watch the spectacle. She tried other entrances, only to be turned away again and again. Finally, she gave up and left, the humiliation complete. The coronation itself was the most expensive and elaborate in British history up to that time, costing nearly £1 million, an absolutely staggering sum when England was still recovering from the costs of the Napoleonic Wars, when the poor were starving in the streets, when working people were demanding reform and political rights. George wore coronation robes made of crimson velvet trimmed with ermine, so heavy and elaborate that he could barely move. He wore a crown so covered with jewels, so massive and weighty, that it gave him a terrible headache, and he could barely hold his head up under its weight. The ceremony lasted for hours, an elaborate medieval ritual brought back in all its complexity, with processions and oaths and anointings and investitures. By the end, George, who was by now enormously fat and suffering from various ailments, could barely stand. He had to be supported by attendants as he left the abbey. 3 weeks after the coronation, on August 7th, 1821, Caroline suddenly fell ill. She complained of severe abdominal pain and vomiting. The doctors were called, but they could do nothing. Within days she was dead, probably from an intestinal obstruction, or possibly from some kind of internal tumour, though some of her supporters claimed she had been poisoned by the king's agents. She was 53 years old. She left instructions that she was to be buried in her native Brunswick, not in England, and that her coffin was to be inscribed Caroline of Brunswick, the injured Queen of England. The funeral procession through London became a riot, with pro-Caroline crowds trying to force the procession past Carlton House so that George would have to see his dead wife's coffin, fighting with troops and police, resulting in several deaths. The last decade of George IV's life from 1820 to 1830 was marked by increasing isolation, ill health, and self-indulgent misery. He spent most of his time at Windsor Castle, rarely appearing in public, rarely participating in state affairs beyond signing papers that his ministers put in front of him. He continued to spend extravagantly on art and architecture. He was still acquiring paintings and sculptures for the royal collection, still commissioning renovations and improvements to his palaces, but the joy seemed to have gone out of it. He was doing it because it was what he did, not because it brought him pleasure anymore. His weight continued to increase until he could barely move. Estimates suggest he weighed well over 300 pounds in his final years, possibly more. His legs, already weakened by gout, could no longer support his weight. He spent much of his time in a wheelchair or lying in bed, unable to walk more than a few steps. His breathing was laboured because of his weight pressing on his lungs. He had chronic pain from gout and arthritis. His digestive system was a wreck from years of overeating and drinking. He was heavily dependent on laudanum, which clouded his mind and made him increasingly paranoid and delusional. He quarrelled bitterly with his ministers over Catholic emancipation, a proposal to allow Catholics to sit in Parliament and hold most public offices. George hated the bill, seeing it as a betrayal of Protestant principles, a step toward allowing Catholics to gain power and influence in England. But his ministers, led by the Duke of Wellington, insisted that the bill was necessary to prevent civil war in Ireland, where the Catholic majority was becoming increasingly restive under Protestant rule. Eventually, in April 1829, George was forced to give in and sign the Catholic Relief Act, allowing Catholics the rights they had been denied since the Reformation. It was one of his last significant political acts, and he hated every moment of it, feeling bullied and betrayed. By early 1830, it was clear that George IV was dying. His heart was failing. His lungs were filling with fluid. His kidneys were shutting down. He could barely breathe, couldn't sleep lying down because of the fluid in his lungs, spent his nights propped up on pillows, gasping for air. He was on laudanum constantly, barely lucid, drifting in and out of consciousness. On the morning of June 26, 1830, at Windsor Castle, he suffered a massive heart attack. He managed to gasp out a few last words to his physician, Sir Wathen Waller, who was holding his hand. "My boy, this is death." Then he was gone. He was 67 years old. The newspapers were brutal in their obituaries, their assessments of his reign and his character unforgiving. The Times, the most influential newspaper in England, published an obituary that shocked the nation with its harshness. There never was an individual less regretted by his fellow creatures than this deceased king. If he ever had a friend, a devoted friend in any rank of life, we protest that the name of him or her never reached us. It was a devastating judgment, suggesting that George IV had lived and died unloved, unmourned, a failure as a king and as a man. The secret life of George III was one of compulsive excess and endless self-gratification, a life spent in pursuit of pleasure without restraint or consideration of consequences. He loved and discarded women, married illegally for love, and then married disastrously for money and duty. He spent money he didn't have on things he didn't need, running up debts that would be staggering even for a wealthy nation. He ate and drank himself into morbid obesity and painful chronic illness. He alienated his family, drove away his friends, and lost the respect and affection of his people. And yet, in his youth, he had been charming, talented, genuinely gifted in his appreciation for art and beauty, capable of inspiring real affection in those who knew him. What went wrong? How did such promise turn into such waste? Perhaps it was the lack of any real purpose or responsibility during his long years as Prince of Wales, waiting for power he could not exercise. Perhaps it was the toxic relationship with his critical, demanding father, who made him feel worthless no matter what he did. Perhaps it was simply that he was given too much wealth and power, without any discipline or moral framework to guide him in using it. Whatever the cause, George IV's life stands as a warning about what happens when appetite and self-indulgence become the guiding principles of life, when there is no higher purpose than personal pleasure, when power and wealth are used not to serve others, but only to gratify the self. He is remembered today not as George the Great or George the Wise, but as the ultimate symbol of Regency excess, all style and no substance, magnificent and empty, a golden prince who became a gilded corpse, the playboy king, Edward VII, Bertie the Disappointment, Albert Edward, later known as King Edward VII of the United Kingdom and Emperor of India, was born on November 9, 1841, at Buckingham Palace in London, the eldest son of Queen Victoria and Prince Albert of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. He entered the world at a moment of great expectations and enormous pressure. His mother was young, energetic, and deeply in love with her husband. His father was brilliant, conscientious, and determined to create a perfect model of constitutional monarchy. Together, they had dreams for their eldest son, dreams that he would be the ideal prince, the perfect king, a philosopher ruler who would lead Britain into a new age of enlightenment and progress. From the moment of his birth, Albert Edward, called Bertie within the family, carried the weight of these enormous expectations like a burden that grew heavier with each passing year. Prince Albert, his father, was a man of fierce intelligence and tireless energy, someone who worked constantly on projects to improve society, who believed in education and progress and moral improvement. He looked at his infant son and saw a blank slate that could be molded into perfection, a prince who would combine intellectual brilliance with moral virtue, who would be everything a modern monarch should be. He designed an educational program for Bertie that was rigorous to the point of cruelty, filling every waking hour with lessons and tutors and improving activities, leaving no time for simple childhood play or joy. Bertie was kept isolated from other children, the better to focus on his education without distractions or bad influences. He had tutors for every subject imaginable: languages, French, German, Italian, Latin, mathematics, history, geography, science, religion, literature, art, music. His days began early and ended late. Every hour was scheduled. Every activity had an educational purpose. If he failed to master a lesson quickly enough or showed any sign of laziness or inattention, he was severely reprimanded, told he was disappointing his father, told he was failing in his duty, made to feel worthless and stupid. The pressure was relentless, crushing, psychologically damaging in ways that Prince Albert, with all his intelligence, somehow failed to recognize or understand. The tragedy was that Bertie was not a stupid child. He was actually quite intelligent, but in a different way from his scholarly father. Bertie learned through experience and conversation, rather than through books and formal instruction. He was social and personable, learning quickly from watching people and participating in situations. He had a remarkable memory for faces and names, an ability to put people at ease, a natural charm that drew people to him. He was good with languages because he enjoyed speaking them with real people, not because he enjoyed conjugating verbs from a textbook. He was interested in the world and in how things worked practically, not in abstract theories or philosophical principles. But his father, who valued scholarship and intellectual achievement above all else, saw only failure and laziness. Prince Albert despaired of his son, worried constantly about his character and his fitness to be king, complained to Queen Victoria that Bertie was not applying himself, was not showing the intellectual curiosity and moral seriousness that would be needed. Queen Victoria, who adored Prince Albert with an intensity that bordered on worship, shared his concerns and his disappointments. Together, they pushed Bertie harder, subjected him to even more rigorous education, made him feel even more inadequate and unworthy of the destiny that awaited him. By his teenage years, the damage was clear. Bertie was charming and sociable, but he was also lazy about formal studies, easily bored, self-indulgent, and increasingly interested in pleasure and luxury. He loved fine clothes and spent hours choosing his wardrobe. He loved good food and wanted elaborate meals. He loved the company of fashionable society and was bored by intellectual conversation. He showed little interest in the kind of moral improvement and scholarly achievement that his father valued. Prince Albert saw disaster looming, a future king who cared more about his appearance than about his duties, more about pleasure than about service. The relationship between father and son deteriorated steadily, marked by painful meetings where Albert berated Bertie for his failings, and Bertie listened miserably, unable to be what his father wanted him to be. The Nellie Clifton scandal. In 1861, when Bertie was 19 years old and training with the Grenadier Guards at the Curragh military camp near Dublin, Ireland, an incident occurred that would change his life and, in a tragic way, contribute to his father's death. Bertie's fellow officers, thinking it would be amusing and appropriate to initiate the young prince into manhood, arranged for an actress named Nellie Clifton to be smuggled into his quarters. Nellie was young, pretty, and experienced, and Bertie, who was still a virgin despite his love of fashionable society, was delighted and grateful for the opportunity to finally experience what he had only heard about from his more worldly friends. The affair continued for several weeks, with Nellie visiting Bertie's quarters regularly, and Bertie apparently quite smitten with his first lover. But inevitably, given that dozens of people at the camp knew about it, word leaked out. The story reached London society gossip circles. Someone, perhaps maliciously, or perhaps thinking they were doing the right thing, informed Prince Albert that his son was having an affair with an actress, that Bertie was behaving in exactly the dissolute, pleasure-seeking way that Albert had always feared. Prince Albert was absolutely horrified. An affair with an actress, a woman of loose morals who might even now be pregnant with Bertie's child, creating a potential blackmail situation or succession scandal. All of Albert's worst fears about his son seemed to have been confirmed. In November 1861, despite being already ill with what would prove to be his final sickness, Albert travelled to Cambridge, where Bertie was supposedly studying at the university, to confront his son about the scandal and impress upon him the seriousness of what he had done. The meeting was painful and emotional. Albert, already weak and feverish, told Bertie how disappointed he was, how this scandal could damage the monarchy, how Bertie must marry as soon as possible to settle him down and prevent further indiscretions. Bertie, ashamed and miserable, apologized profusely, promised to reform, begged for his father's forgiveness. They parted with their relationship strained and unhealed, both miserable, neither able to bridge the gap between them. Within weeks, Prince Albert was dead. He died on December 14, 1861, at Windsor Castle, probably from typhoid fever complicated by chronic ill health and exhaustion. He was only 42 years old. Queen Victoria was devastated beyond measure, plunged into a grief so deep and so lasting that she would wear mourning black for the remaining 40 years of her life and never fully recover her joy in living. And she blamed Bertie. She believed absolutely that the shock and anxiety caused by the Nellie Clifton scandal had weakened her beloved Albert, had contributed to his illness and death. She told Bertie directly that he had killed his father, that Albert had died of a broken heart caused by his eldest son's disgraceful behaviour. For years afterward, Victoria could barely stand to be in Bertie's presence. She excluded him from any meaningful role in government, refused to share state papers with him or allow him to attend important meetings, made it clear that she considered him unfit to be king, that he was a disappointment and a burden. This treatment would continue for nearly 40 years, until Victoria's own death in 1901, keeping Bertie in a state of perpetual waiting. Never given real responsibility, never allowed to prove himself, always made to feel worthless and inadequate. Marriage and Mistresses, meanwhile. Victoria and her advisors arranged a marriage for Bertie, hoping that a good wife would reform his character and settle him down. The bride they selected was Princess Alexandra of Denmark, daughter of Prince Christian of Denmark, who would later become King Christian IX. Alexandra, called Alex in the family, was beautiful, genuinely, spectacularly beautiful by any standard, with classic features, a slim figure, and a grace of movement that made her stand out in any room. She was sweet-tempered, kind, patient, and well-bred, exactly the kind of wife Victoria hoped would have a good influence on her wayward son. Bertie met Alexandra in September 1861, just months before his father's death, and was immediately attracted to her beauty and her gentle nature. The engagement was announced shortly after Prince Albert's death, and the wedding took place on March 10, 1863, at St. George's Chapel, Windsor Castle. Bertie was 21. Alexandra was 18. Victoria attended the wedding, but wore mourning black and wept throughout the ceremony, unable to stop thinking about her lost Albert, unable to be fully present for her son's happiness. But Bertie and Alexandra seemed genuinely happy together, at least in the beginning. Alexandra was genuinely in love with her husband, infatuated with his charm and his attentiveness, hopeful for a good marriage. Over the next 10 years, Alexandra gave birth to 6 children. Albert Victor, born in 1864, George, the future King George V, born in 1865, Louise in 1867, Victoria in 1868, Maud in 1869, and Alexander John in 1871, who sadly lived only one day. Alexandra was a devoted mother, spending far more time with her children than was typical for aristocratic mothers of that era, insisting on being involved in their daily care and education. She was also a good Princess of Wales, performing her public duties with grace and dignity, charming everyone she met with her beauty and her kindness. But Alexandra could not hold Bertie's wandering attention for long. Within a few years of their marriage, he was growing bored with domestic life and beginning to seek excitement elsewhere. Bertie loved society, loved parties and dinners and the theatre, loved gambling and horse racing and travelling. He was restless, always looking for the next entertainment, the next thrill, unable to be satisfied with quiet family life. And he loved women, loved their beauty, their conversation, the thrill of pursuit and conquest, the excitement of illicit relationships. His first major affair after his marriage was with Lillie Langtry, born Emily Charlotte Le Breton, on the island of Jersey in October 1853. Lillie was stunningly beautiful, with classic features, a perfect complexion, and a figure that was considered ideal for the era. She had married Edward Langtry, a wealthy ship owner, in 1874, but the marriage was not happy. Edward was a bore, a drunk, and increasingly unable to support them in the style Lillie wanted. Lillie was introduced to London society in 1876 and caused an immediate sensation. Artists wanted to paint her, photographers wanted to photograph her, society hostesses wanted her at their parties because her presence guaranteed their event would be talked about. Bertie first saw her at a private party in 1877 and was immediately captivated. He arranged to meet her, began courting her openly, made her his official mistress in a way that everyone in society understood. For about 3 years, from 1877 to 1880, Lillie was the Prince of Wales's acknowledged companion, attending races and parties with him, travelling with him, photographed with him. Bertie set her up in a fine house in London and gave her an allowance that allowed her to live in style. The affair made Lillie one of the most famous women in England. Her photograph was everywhere, in shop windows, on postcards, in magazines. She became a trendsetter, her clothes and hairstyles copied by women across the country. She was called the Jersey Lily, because of her birthplace and her beauty, but the relationship couldn't last forever. Bertie's attention inevitably wandered to newer, younger faces. By 1880, the affair had cooled, and Bertie had moved on. Lillie, practical and determined to maintain her position and income, went on the stage, becoming a successful actress. She toured America, where she was enormously popular, had affairs with other wealthy men, and eventually lived to the age of 75, dying in 1929. A survivor who had played the game of royal mistress as well as anyone could, and come out ahead. After Lillie came Daisy Greville, who became Countess of Warwick through her marriage to Francis Greville. Daisy was young, beautiful, vivacious, and passionate, from an aristocratic family, and married to one of the wealthiest men in England. She and Bertie began their affair in the late 1880s, after a complicated situation involving another of Daisy's lovers, Lord Charles Beresford, who was himself married. When Beresford's wife intercepted a love letter Daisy had written to her husband and threatened to expose Daisy publicly as an adulteress, Daisy turned to Bertie for help. Bertie, who was attracted to Daisy anyway, intervened on her behalf, essentially threatening Lady Beresford into silence. The intervention worked, but it permanently destroyed Bertie's friendship with Lord Beresford, who was furious at what he saw as interference in his private affairs. Daisy became Bertie's official mistress around 1889, replacing Lillie in his affections and in his schedule. The affair lasted nearly a decade, longer than most of Bertie's relationships. Daisy was more than just beautiful and charming. She was also politically aware and tried to interest Bertie in social reform, encouraging him to care about the poor and the working class. She was known as the Babbling Brook, a pun on her maiden name Brooke, because she had difficulty keeping secrets and loved to gossip. This indiscretion eventually became a problem, as Daisy's tendency to talk about her relationship with Bertie and about private conversations they'd had caused embarrassment and led Bertie to gradually distance himself from her. By the late 1890s, Daisy's influence was waning, and Bertie was looking for a new companion, someone more discreet, more mature, better able to handle the complicated position of being the Prince of Wales's mistress without causing scandals or demanding too much. Alice Keppel, the great love. He found what he was looking for in Alice Keppel, born Alice Frederica Edmonstone in 1868 to a Scottish aristocratic family. Alice married George Keppel, an army officer, in 1891. She was beautiful in a mature, dignified way with dark hair, a full figure that was fashionable for the era, and a graceful presence. But more importantly, she was intelligent, sophisticated, witty, and above all discreet. She understood instinctively how to manage the delicate position of being a royal mistress in a way that many of Bertie's earlier lovers had not. Bertie met Alice in 1898 at a dinner party when he was 56 years old and she was 29, a 27-year age gap that didn't seem to bother either of them. Despite the difference in their ages, they connected immediately. Alice was charming without being forward, attentive without being demanding, intelligent without being threatening. She could make Bertie laugh, could calm him when he was angry, could provide companionship and comfort in a way that felt natural and easy. Their relationship began around 1898 and lasted until Bertie's death in 1910, making it the longest and probably the deepest relationship of Bertie's adult life outside of his marriage to Alexandra. Alice was careful never to make scenes, never to demand publicly what she knew she couldn't have. She understood that Alexandra was Bertie's wife, and that position could never be challenged. She was respectful to the Princess of Wales, and remarkably, Alexandra came to tolerate and even appreciate Alice, understanding that Alice made Bertie happy and easier to manage, that Alice was a stabilizing influence rather than a destructive one. Bertie gave Alice considerable wealth, but he did it cleverly to avoid obvious scandal. Rather than paying her directly from the privy purse, which would have been noticed and commented on, he gave her shares in rubber companies and other investments that made her wealthy through dividends and appreciation. He arranged for her husband George to receive a well-paid sinecure position, ensuring the Keppel family lived comfortably. Alice invested wisely and became quite wealthy in her own right, able to live in luxury without being completely dependent on Bertie's gifts. Alice also became useful to Bertie in his public role. After Bertie became King Edward VII in 1901, Alice's discretion and her intelligence made her a valuable intermediary between the king and his ministers. She could discuss policy with Bertie, help him understand complex issues, even occasionally carry messages to politicians in an unofficial capacity. She had political sense and understood what could be said and what couldn't, what was appropriate and what wasn't. In a strange way, she performed some of the functions of a royal consort, providing counsel and companionship, even though she could never have the official title or recognition. The life of pleasure beyond his relationships with women, Bertie's life was filled with other pleasures that he pursued with almost equal enthusiasm. He loved horse racing and became a major figure in the sport, owning and breeding racehorses, attending races constantly, winning major races including the Derby multiple times. He loved gambling, both at cards and on races, winning and losing enormous sums with apparent indifference. He loved travel, particularly to France, spending time every year in Paris and at the spa town of Biarritz, enjoying the more relaxed moral atmosphere of France, where his affairs could be conducted with even less scrutiny than in England. He was also a frequent visitor to Paris's high-class brothels, particularly an establishment called Le Chabanais, located near the Louvre. This was the most exclusive and expensive brothel in Paris, catering to wealthy and aristocratic clients. Bertie had his own room there, specially decorated and furnished to his tastes, and visited when he was in Paris, enjoying the company of beautiful courtesans who were skilled at providing pleasure and sophisticated conversation. There were later rumors of a specially designed piece of furniture, sometimes called a love chair or siège d'amour, that supposedly accommodated Bertie's considerable girth in his later years, allowing him to engage in sexual activity despite his obesity. Whether this furniture actually existed or is simply a later embellishment to an already colourful story is debated, but it has become part of the legend of Bertie's visits to Le Chabanais. Bertie was also a prodigious eater, consuming enormous meals that would shock modern sensibilities. A typical day's eating for Bertie might include a large breakfast with bacon, eggs, sausages, kippers, toast and marmalade, and possibly cold meats, a mid-morning snack, an enormous multi-course luncheon, afternoon tea with cakes and sandwiches, a 12-course dinner that could last several hours, including soup, fish, game, meat, vegetables, salad, dessert, fruit, cheese and savouries, and possibly a late-night snack before bed. He accompanied these meals with copious amounts of wine, champagne, port and brandy. He also smoked heavily, reportedly up to 20 cigarettes and a dozen large cigars every day, filling every room he entered with dense tobacco smoke. His doctors warned him constantly about his lifestyle, begged him to eat less, drink less, smoke less, lose weight. But Bertie, who had been lectured and criticized his entire life, was not about to change his habits just because doctors told him to. He had been denied any real power or responsibility for decades. The pleasures of food, drink, tobacco and women were his consolation, his rebellion, his way of asserting his independence from those who constantly tried to control and judge him. The unexpected king. In January 1901, Queen Victoria finally died at Osborne House on the Isle of Wight, ending a reign that had lasted 63 years. Bertie, now 59 years old, became King Edward VII. Many people, including his own mother, had doubted he would make a good king. They saw him as self-indulgent, frivolous, more interested in pleasure than duty, lacking the moral seriousness needed for kingship. But they were surprised. Edward VII took his duties seriously, at least the ceremonial and diplomatic aspects of them. He had a genuine gift for personal relationships and diplomacy, developed over decades of attending social events and meeting people from all walks of life. He used this gift to strengthen Britain's international relationships, particularly with France. His state visit to Paris in May 1903 was a spectacular success, with Edward charming French society and helping to create a positive atmosphere for the negotiations that would lead to the Entente Cordiale, the diplomatic agreement that brought France and Britain into alignment against Germany. Edward's tact, his linguistic abilities, he spoke French fluently, his genuine appreciation for French culture, and his personal popularity in Paris all contributed to this diplomatic success. He made more state visits during his 9-year reign than any previous British monarch, travelling to meet rulers across Europe, using his personal relationships and his diplomatic skills to maintain peace and strengthen alliances. In this way, his years of socializing, of attending parties and building relationships with European aristocracy and royalty, paid unexpected dividends. The Playboy Prince had learned skills that made him an effective diplomatic king. But Edward VII did not change his personal life just because he was now king, rather than prince. Alice Keppel remained his mistress and companion, discreetly present in his life until the end. He continued to eat enormous meals, smoke heavily, attend races and parties. His health, never robust, declined steadily under the strain of his lifestyle and his increasing age and weight. The final days. In May 1910, while staying at Buckingham Palace, Edward suffered a series of heart attacks. He was 68 years old, grossly overweight, suffering from chronic bronchitis made worse by decades of heavy smoking. The attacks were severe, and his doctors knew immediately that he was unlikely to recover. But Edward insisted on dressing and receiving visitors, determined to continue his duties even as his body was failing. Alexandra, his wife of 47 years, summoned Alice Keppel to Buckingham Palace so that Alice could say goodbye to the man she had loved for 12 years. It was an extraordinary act of generosity and compassion from Alexandra, who had every reason to resent Alice, but who understood that Bertie loved her and would want her there at the end. Alice came, was allowed into Bertie's room, and said her farewells, but the emotion of seeing Bertie dying was too much for her. She became hysterical, sobbing uncontrollably, and had to be removed from the room to prevent her from disturbing the king in his final hours. Edward VII died on May 6, 1910, at 11:45 in the evening, with Alexandra at his bedside. His last words were reportedly about his horse winning at Kempton Park that afternoon, a typical piece of Edward VII trivia. Even dying, he was thinking about racing. He was succeeded by his second son, George, who became King George V. Edward's eldest son, Albert Victor, had died in 1892 from pneumonia, complicated by influenza during a pandemic, leaving George as the heir. Edward VII's funeral on May 20th, 1910, was a spectacular affair, attended by royalty from across Europe. It was, in retrospect, the last great gathering of European monarchs. A final meeting of the old royal families before World War I would destroy or diminish so many of them. 9 reigning kings attended: George V of Britain, Frederick V of Denmark, George I of Greece, Haakon VII of Norway, Ferdinand I of Bulgaria, Manuel II of Portugal, Wilhelm II of Germany, Albert I of Belgium, and Alfonso III of Spain. Also present were Emperor Franz Joseph of Austria-Hungary and numerous crown princes and royal family members. It was an impressive testament to Edward's relationships across Europe. built through decades of socializing and family connections, Edward VII was mourned genuinely by many people who had come to appreciate his warmth, his humor, his human qualities that made him seem more accessible than the remote Victoria had been. His reign had lasted just 9 years, but he had made an impact through his diplomatic work and his modernization of the public face of monarchy. He proved that a king could have a colorful private life and still command respect in his public role, though this would become increasingly difficult in the more democratic and judgmental 20th century. The secret life of Edward VII was remarkable, not because he tried to hide it, he didn't really, but because he lived it so openly and yet survived politically. His affairs were common knowledge. His mistresses were part of court life, semi-officially recognized. The newspapers wrote about him in coded language that everyone understood. His spending on pleasure was public knowledge, and yet he wasn't forced to abdicate, was not driven from public life, managed to become a reasonably effective and popular king despite a private life that would seem scandalous today. Perhaps the public accepted him because after Victoria's long, somber reign, they appreciated a king who seemed more human, more alive, more connected to the pleasures and foibles of ordinary life, even if his scale was grander. Perhaps his openness was itself a kind of honesty that people respected. Or perhaps Britain in the Edwardian era simply had different expectations about royal behavior, a tolerance for human weakness in high places that would not survive much longer into the 20th century. Whatever the reason, Edward VII got away with being himself in a way that few monarchs before or since have managed. Alice Keppel, his great love, went on to live until 1947, dying at the age of 79. Her great-granddaughter would be Camilla Parker Bowles, who would herself become the mistress and eventually the wife of Charles III, Edward VII's great-great-grandson. History, it seems, has an ironic sense of humor, repeating patterns across generations, connecting past and present in unexpected ways. The secret lives of kings echo through time, their choices rippling forward to affect future generations in ways they could never have anticipated. The darkest mystery, Richard III, the world of the Wars of the Roses. Richard, later known as King Richard III of England, was born on October 14, 1852, at Fotheringhay Castle in Northamptonshire, the youngest son of Richard, Duke of York, and Cecily Neville, a woman known throughout England as the Rose of Raby for her legendary beauty and her noble lineage. He entered a world torn apart by civil war, a world where brother fought against brother, where loyalty shifted like sand, where crowns were won and lost on battlefields with a frequency that must have seemed almost routine to those living through those turbulent decades. England in the mid-15th century was caught in the conflict that would later be called the Wars of the Roses, though people living through it didn't call it that. They simply called it the Cousins' War, or sometimes just the Troubles, as if giving it a grander name would somehow make it more real, more terrible than it already was. The conflict pitted two branches of the royal Plantagenet family against each other, the House of Lancaster, whose symbol was a red rose, and the House of York, whose symbol was a white rose. Both houses had legitimate claims to the throne through descent from King Edward III, who had died in 1377, leaving multiple sons whose descendants would fight for generations over which line had the better right to rule. Young Richard grew up knowing that his family was fighting for survival, that his father, the Duke of York, believed himself the rightful king, but was blocked from the throne by the Lancastrian King Henry VI, a gentle, pious man who suffered from periodic bouts of mental illness that left him incapable of ruling for months at a time. Richard was too young to remember the early battles, but he grew up hearing stories of his father's military campaigns, of victories and defeats, of shifting alliances and broken oaths, of men who were friends one year and enemies the next. When Richard was just 8 years old in December 1460, disaster struck the family. His father and his older brother Edmund, who was 17, were killed at the Battle of Wakefield in Yorkshire, their army overwhelmed by Lancastrian forces. After the battle, in an act of particular cruelty, the Duke of York's head was cut off, crowned with a paper crown in mockery of his royal ambitions, and displayed on a pike above the gates of the city of York for all to see. Young Richard and his family had to flee for safety, knowing that the Lancastrians would show no mercy to the Duke of York's remaining children. But the Yorkist cause did not die with the Duke of York. His eldest son, Edward, Richard's older brother, was tall, handsome, charismatic, and an exceptionally talented military commander. In the spring of 1461, when Edward was just 18 years old and Richard was 8, Edward won a decisive victory at the Battle of Towton in Yorkshire, the bloodiest battle ever fought on English soil, where tens of thousands of men died in a single day's fighting in a snowstorm. The victory was so complete that the Lancastrian king Henry VII and his queen Margaret of Anjou fled into exile, and Edward entered London in triumph to be crowned King Edward IV. The House of York had won, at least for the moment. Richard spent his teenage years growing up in his brother's court, learning the arts of war and politics, serving Edward loyally, earning a reputation as a capable military commander and administrator. He was given authority over northern England and proved himself competent at governing, maintaining order, administering justice, winning the loyalty of the northern lords and common people who appreciated his fairness and his presence among them. He married Anne Neville, daughter of the Earl of Warwick, in 1472, and they had one son, Edward of Middleham, born around 1473 or 1474. By all accounts, Richard was a devoted husband and father, unusual for an age when royal and noble marriages were typically arranged for political convenience rather than affection. When Edward IV died suddenly and unexpectedly on April 9, 1483, at the age of just 40, probably from pneumonia or possibly from a stroke, he left behind two sons, Edward, who was 12 years old, and immediately became King Edward V upon his father's death, and Richard, Duke of York, who was 9 years old. Edward IV had also named his brother Richard as Lord Protector, meaning Richard would govern the kingdom in the young king's name until Edward V came of age and could rule on his own. It all seemed straightforward enough. Richard would guide his young nephew, protect him from those who might try to manipulate him, teach him how to be a king, and eventually step aside when Edward V was old enough to rule alone. No one at that moment imagined that both boys would be dead or vanished within months, that Richard would take the throne for himself, that one of the greatest unsolved mysteries in English history was about to begin. The princes arrive at the Tower. Young King Edward V was at Ludlow Castle on the Welsh border when his father died, having been sent there years earlier as Prince of Wales to learn how to govern. Richard, who was at his castle in Yorkshire when he received news of his brother's death, immediately set out to meet his nephew and escort him to London for his coronation. They met on the road, and according to all accounts, the meeting was cordial, with Richard treating his nephew with all the respect due to a king, even one who was just 12 years old. But tensions were already building. Edward V had been travelling with a large retinue organised by his mother's family, the Woodvilles. Queen Elizabeth Woodville, Edward IV's widow, came from relatively humble origins. Her father had been a knight, not a great noble, and her mother was the widow of the Duke of Bedford, which gave her some status but not the kind of ancient lineage that most queens possessed. When Elizabeth had married Edward IV in secret in 1464, Many of the old nobility had been scandalized that the king would marry someone so far beneath him socially. Over the years, Elizabeth's numerous relatives, she had 5 brothers and 7 sisters, had been given titles, lands and positions at court, enriching themselves at what many nobles felt was the kingdom's expense. Richard and many other nobles were deeply suspicious of the Woodvilles, fearing that they would try to control the young king and use him to maintain their own power and wealth. Richard believed, probably correctly, that as Lord Protector he needed to separate Edward V from the Woodville influence, at least temporarily, until it could be determined who should properly advise and guide the young king. When Richard met Edward V on the road, he arrested several of the Woodville relatives who were with the king, including Anthony Woodville, Earl Rivers, who was the young king's uncle and had been his governor at Ludlow. Richard sent them north to his castles in Yorkshire, where they would be held prisoner. He told Edward V that this was for the boy's own protection, that certain people could not be trusted to put the king's interests ahead of their own ambitions. News of these arrests travelled quickly to London. Queen Elizabeth, hearing that her brother and other relatives had been arrested by Richard, panicked. She feared, perhaps rightly, that Richard intended to remove the Woodville family from power entirely, possibly even to harm her sons to clear his own path to the throne. On the night of April 30th, 1483, just 3 weeks after her husband's death, Elizabeth Woodville fled to Westminster Abbey with her younger son Richard, Duke of York, and her 5 daughters, claiming sanctuary, the medieval right to seek protection from the church, where secular authorities could not legally touch her or those with her. Young King Edward V, meanwhile, was brought to London by his uncle Richard and lodged in the Tower of London. It's important to understand that at this time, the Tower was not primarily thought of as a prison, though it did have that function. It was also a royal residence, where kings traditionally stayed before their coronations, where the royal mint was located, where the crown jewels were kept. Edward V was being housed in the royal apartments of the Tower in some degree of comfort, attended by servants, being prepared for his coronation, which was initially scheduled for June 22nd, 1483. But the political situation was deteriorating rapidly. Richard and the council were discussing what role the Woodvilles should have in the new reign, with Richard insisting that they could not be trusted with power. Plans for Edward V's coronation were delayed while these matters were sorted out, and Richard was growing increasingly concerned about the situation. 2 rival groups were forming, one supporting Richard's authority as Lord Protector and opposing Woodville influence, the other supporting the Woodvilles and opposing what they saw as Richard's power grab. In mid-June, Richard made his move. He demanded that Queen Elizabeth surrender her younger son Richard, Duke of York, to join his brother in the Tower, arguing that it was unseemly for the king to be separated from his only brother, that the boy needed to attend the coronation and should be with his brother in the traditional royal apartments. Elizabeth, who had been in sanctuary for 6 weeks with her children, at first refused, but Richard had the Archbishop of Canterbury apply pressure, and there may have been implied threats about what would happen to her and her daughters if she continued to resist. Finally, perhaps believing she had no choice, perhaps still hoping that everything would turn out well, Elizabeth allowed her younger son to leave sanctuary and be taken to the Tower to join his brother. The 2 princes, Edward V, age 12, and Richard of York, age 9, were now both in the Tower of London, theoretically being prepared for the older boy's coronation, but increasingly cut off from the outside world. Their servants gradually dismissed, fewer people allowed to see them, their situation becoming more like imprisonment and less like royal residence with each passing day. The usurpation. On June 22nd, 1483, the day that had originally been set for Edward V's coronation, Richard instead called a special session of Parliament. What he announced shocked many people. though others had perhaps been expecting something of the sort. Richard declared that his brother Edward IV's marriage to Elizabeth Woodville had been invalid, that Edward IV had actually been pre-contracted to marry another woman, Lady Eleanor Butler, before his marriage to Elizabeth. According to medieval law and church law, such a pre-contract constituted a form of marriage, meaning Edward's subsequent marriage to Elizabeth was bigamous and therefore void. If the marriage was void, then all children born of that marriage were illegitimate. Edward V and Richard of York were bastards, legally unable to inherit the throne. The evidence for this claim was thin and questionable. Lady Eleanor Butler had died in 1468, years earlier, and could not testify. The only witness to this supposed pre-contract was Robert Stillington, Bishop of Bath and Wells, who claimed to have performed the ceremony, or at least to have known about it. Why had he kept silent about it for 15 years, through Edward IV's entire reign? Why had he allowed an allegedly illegitimate son to become king before suddenly revealing this information, just when it was most convenient for Richard? Many historians today believe the pre-contract story was invented, or at least greatly exaggerated to provide legal justification for what Richard had already decided to do, seize the throne for himself. But whether the story was true or false, Parliament accepted it, or at least enough members accepted it, or went along with it, to provide Richard with the legitimacy he needed. On June 25, 1483, an assembly of Lords and Commons formally asked Richard to take the throne. After a show of reluctance, the traditional pretense that he was accepting the crown only because duty demanded it, not because he sought it, Richard agreed. On July 6, 1483, he was crowned King Richard III in Westminster Abbey, with his wife Anne crowned as Queen beside him. The coronation was magnificent, with all the traditional ceremony and splendour that England could provide. Richard processed through London dressed in purple velvet, cloth of gold glittering in the summer sun, nobles and church leaders surrounding him, crowds lining the streets to watch. It was all perfectly legal, perfectly justified according to the documents Parliament had produced. Richard was king by right of inheritance, or at least that was the official story. His nephews, declared bastards, had no claim to the throne anymore. But what of the princes themselves? They were still in the Tower. Their status now changed from royal children being prepared for a coronation to mere bastards, children of no particular importance, possessing no claim to anything. Richard could have sent them away to live quietly in the country, perhaps to a monastery, where they could be educated and kept out of politics. He could have found a way to provide for them, as he would for any noble-born children who happened to be his relatives, but he didn't. They remained in the Tower through the summer of 1483, and gradually, people began to notice that they were being seen less and less. The disappearance. In the early weeks after Richard's coronation, the princes could occasionally be seen playing in the gardens of the Tower, shooting arrows at targets, walking along the walls, attended by their remaining servants. People who saw them reported that they seemed to be in reasonably good health and spirits, though perhaps confused and frightened by their changed circumstances, by their father's death and their uncle's seizure of the throne, by their sudden fall from princes to nobodies. But as summer wore on, sightings became less frequent. By late July or early August, the princes had disappeared from public view entirely. No one saw them at the windows anymore. No one saw them in the gardens. The few servants who had been allowed to attend them were dismissed. Guards who manned the Tower were questioned later and said they didn't know what had happened. One day the princes were there, and then they weren't, and no one seemed willing or able to explain where they had gone. Rumours began to spread through London almost immediately. "The boys are dead," people whispered. "They've been murdered." Richard had them killed to remove any threat to his throne. Some said they had been smothered in their sleep, their bodies buried somewhere in the Tower. Others said they had been drowned or poisoned. Still others, more optimistically, suggested they had been sent away secretly to live abroad, hidden where Richard's enemies couldn't find them, and use them as figureheads for rebellions. But no one knew for certain. The princes had simply vanished, and no official explanation was ever given. In January 1484, a curious document appeared. Richard III issued a proclamation against Henry Tudor, who was living in exile in France and planning to invade England and claim the throne. In this proclamation, Richard denounced Henry as a traitor and a would-be usurper, but nowhere in the document did Richard mention his nephews, the princes. He didn't say they were dead, but he also didn't say they were alive. He didn't acknowledge their existence at all. For a man supposedly so concerned about the legitimate succession and the proper ordering of the realm, this silence was striking and ominous. If the boys were alive, why didn't Richard produce them, prove they were well, perhaps even show that they acknowledged him as rightful king? His silence only fed the rumours and suspicions. By 1484, most people assumed the princes were dead, though no one could prove it or say exactly what had happened. The disappearance became a rallying point for Richard's opponents. Henry Tudor, planning his invasion from France, used the prince's fate as propaganda, claiming that Richard was a murderous usurper who had killed innocent children to steal the crown. When Henry invaded in August 1485 and defeated Richard at the Battle of Bosworth Field, one of his first acts as King Henry VII was to repeal the Act of Parliament that had declared Edward IV's children illegitimate, thereby restoring their legitimacy posthumously. A curious thing to do if they were mere unimportant bastards, but essential if Henry wanted to strengthen his own claim by eventually marrying their sister, Elizabeth of York, which he did in January 1486. But Henry VII, despite his propaganda about Richard's crimes, never produced any proof about what had happened to the princes. He never put Richard's supporters on trial for their murder, never officially investigated their disappearance, never announced that their bodies had been found. This silence has led some historians to wonder if perhaps Henry himself knew more than he wanted to admit, if perhaps the princes had still been alive when Richard died, and Henry had to deal with the problem himself. It's a minority theory, but it illustrates how murky and uncertain the whole situation is. The theories and the truth. Over the 5 centuries since the princes disappeared, historians, writers, and amateur detectives have proposed numerous theories about what happened to them. The possibilities range from the obvious to the bizarre, from the well-evidenced to the purely speculative. Let's consider the main theories, the arguments for and against each one, and why this mystery has proven so impossible to solve definitively. Theory 1. Richard ordered their murder. This is the traditional view, promoted by Tudor historians like Thomas More and Polydore Virgil. Writing in the early 1500s, after the Tudor dynasty had won, and Richard was safely dead and unable to defend himself. According to this version, Richard, either immediately after seizing the throne or within a few months, ordered his henchman Sir James Tyrrell to have the princes killed. Tyrrell supposedly hired 2 men, Miles Forrest and John Dighton, to smother the boys in their sleep with pillows. Their bodies were then buried somewhere in the tower, perhaps under a staircase or in the chapel, and the location kept secret. The argument for this theory is straightforward. Richard had the motive. The princes, even declared illegitimate, were still potential threats as long as they lived, rallying points for rebellions. He had the opportunity. The boys were in his custody in the tower, and he had shown himself willing to act ruthlessly when necessary. He had already had several Woodville supporters executed, including the prince's uncle Anthony Woodville, without proper trial. His refusal to ever produce the boys or explain their disappearance suggests he had something terrible to hide. The argument against this theory is equally straightforward. There's no contemporary evidence. All the detailed accounts of the murder come from Tudor sources written decades later, when the Tudor dynasty had every reason to blacken Richard's name. No one during Richard's lifetime ever directly accused him of murdering his nephews, though they certainly suspected it. If Richard had been so obviously guilty, why didn't his enemies say so explicitly while he was still alive to be held accountable? Theory 2. Henry VII ordered their murder. This is a minority view, but it has some supporters. According to this theory, the princes were still alive when Richard died at Bosworth in August 1485, perhaps held in some remote castle, or in the custody of a loyal supporter. When Henry Tudor became king, he faced the same problem Richard had faced: two boys with potentially better claims to the throne than his own. Henry's claim came through his mother, Margaret Beaufort, and while it was legitimate, it was also rather weak and complicated. The princes, if their father's marriage was valid, and Henry declared that it was when he repealed the act declaring them bastards, had stronger claims than Henry did, so perhaps Henry quietly had them disposed of and blamed Richard for their deaths. The argument for this theory is based mainly on Henry's suspicious behaviour after becoming king, his refusal to investigate the prince's fate, his failure to put anyone on trial for their murder despite all his propaganda about Richard's crimes, his general evasiveness about the whole subject. The argument against it is that it seems overly complicated and requires assuming that numerous people kept a major secret for decades without anyone ever revealing the truth. Theory 3. They escaped and lived out their lives in obscurity. This is the most romantic theory, and sadly, probably the least likely. According to various versions of this idea, the princes escaped or were smuggled out of the tower, perhaps with the help of sympathetic guards or household members. They were then hidden somewhere safe, perhaps in a monastery or in a humble household. Their true identities kept secret. They lived out their lives as ordinary men, never claiming their birthright, dying in obscurity decades later. The argument for this theory is mainly wishful thinking. People want to believe the story has a happy ending, that two innocent children didn't die horribly. There are occasional historical mentions of young men claiming to be one or the other of the princes, most famously Perkin Warbeck in the 1490s, who claimed to be Richard, Duke of York, and led a rebellion against Henry VII before being captured and executed. But these claimants are generally regarded as impostors, and no solid evidence has ever emerged that either prince survived. Theory 4. They died of natural causes. This is perhaps the most prosaic theory, but shouldn't be dismissed. Medieval childhood was dangerous, with diseases that could kill quickly, plague, sweating sickness, various fevers and infections. Both boys had lost their father suddenly to illness just months earlier. They had experienced enormous stress and trauma. Their father's death, their uncle's seizure of power, their own fall from princes to bastards, their imprisonment in the tower. It's possible one or both fell ill and died naturally, and Richard, knowing how suspicious this would look given the circumstances, simply didn't announce their deaths, hoping to avoid accusations of murder. The continuing mystery may have seemed preferable to facing those accusations, even if they were false. The argument for this theory is that it doesn't require assuming anyone deliberately murdered children, which might have been psychologically difficult, even for people willing to kill adults for political reasons. The argument against it is that if natural death was the explanation, surely Richard would eventually have produced bodies, held funerals, and cleared his name of suspicion. The 1674 discovery. In 1674, nearly 200 years after the princes disappeared, workmen renovating the Tower of London, digging at the foot of a staircase in the White Tower, discovered a wooden chest buried about 10 feet deep in the rubble. Inside the chest were the skeletons of two children. roughly the right ages to be the princes if they had died in 1483. The bones were examined briefly, determined to be those of 2 boys, and on the orders of King Charles II, who was rather interested in history and felt these might indeed be the lost princes, they were placed in a marble urn designed by the great architect Christopher Wren and buried in Westminster Abbey, where they rest to this day. For 300 years, these bones were accepted by most people as being the remains of Edward VII and Richard of York, the princes in the Tower, finally given a proper royal burial, even if it came centuries too late. But in 1933, the bones were examined scientifically, or at least as scientifically as the techniques of the 1930s allowed. The examination was not particularly thorough by modern standards. The bones were not removed from the urn. They were not DNA tested. DNA testing hadn't been invented yet, and the examination was limited to measuring and observing them through the opening of the urn. The 1933 examination concluded that the bones were indeed from 2 children, probably boys, roughly the right ages, showing no obvious signs of violent death, but also not definitively proving how they died. There were no clear marks of smothering or stabbing, but bones don't always show the cause of death, especially if the method was smothering, poisoning, or strangulation, which don't necessarily leave marks on bone. Since 1933, there have been repeated requests to have the bones examined again using modern forensic techniques, including DNA analysis, which could potentially determine if they are related to known descendants of Edward IV, and therefore likely to be his sons. But the Church of England and the royal family have consistently refused permission for such testing, arguing that the dead should be allowed to rest in peace, that disturbing the bones again would be disrespectful, and that even if they were proven to be the princes, it wouldn't really change anything about history or about who was right and who was wrong in the events of 1483. This refusal frustrates historians and scientists who believe modern testing could finally solve a 500-year-old mystery, but others argue that perhaps some mysteries should remain unsolved, that there's something fitting about not knowing every detail of the past, that the princes deserve their rest after centuries of being a subject of speculation and debate. Richard's character and reign. While the question of the prince's fate has dominated discussion of Richard III for centuries, it's worth remembering that his reign lasted 2 years, not just those terrible summer months of 1483. Richard was king from July 1483 until his death in August 1485, and during that time he actually governed reasonably well, at least by the standards of the era. He was an effective military commander and administrator, having proven himself during his brother's reign in governing the north of England. He promoted legal reforms, including reforms to bail procedures and the use of juries. He encouraged printing and literacy, promoted trade, and generally tried to rule as a king should. Contemporary records from his reign show a man who took his duties seriously, who worked hard at governing, who tried to win the loyalty of his subjects through good governance rather than just through force. But Richard faced enormous problems from the start. Many nobles never fully accepted his kingship, always seeing him as a usurper who had stolen the throne from his nephew. Rebellions broke out repeatedly. In October 1483, just 3 months after Richard's coronation, there was a major rebellion led by the Duke of Buckingham, who had initially supported Richard, but then turned against him, probably either because he developed his own ambitions for the throne, or because he genuinely believed Richard had murdered the princes. The rebellion was crushed, and Buckingham executed, but it showed how fragile Richard's hold on power really was. In April 1484, Richard suffered a devastating personal blow when his only legitimate son, Edward of Middleham, died suddenly at Middleham Castle, probably from tuberculosis, or possibly from a sudden infection. The boy was only 10 years old, the same age Richard's nephew, Richard of York, would have been if he had still been alive. The death left Richard without an heir, which in medieval terms meant his dynasty had no future. Less than a year later, in March 1485, Richard's wife Queen Anne also died, probably from tuberculosis. Richard, at the age of 32, had lost his wife and his only child within a year. He was alone, childless, facing mounting opposition, with enemies gathering abroad. Henry Tudor, living in exile in France with other Lancastrian supporters, was planning an invasion, promising to marry Elizabeth of York, the eldest daughter of Edward IV and sister of the missing princes, thereby uniting the Yorkist and Lancastrian claims and ending the Civil War. Henry landed in Wales in August 1485 with an army of French soldiers and English exiles. Richard gathered his forces and marched to meet him. Bosworth Field. The two armies met on August 22, 1485, at Bosworth Field in Leicestershire. Richard's army was larger and better equipped, and he had the advantage of being the anointed king, fighting to defend his realm against an invader. By all logical calculations, Richard should have won, but the battle turned on betrayal. Lord Stanley and his brother Sir William Stanley had brought substantial forces to the battlefield, but had positioned them away from the main armies, claiming neutrality, unwilling to commit to either side until they saw which way the battle would go. Richard didn't trust them, but couldn't afford to attack them. He needed to focus on Henry Tudor's army. The Stanleys had secretly promised to support Henry, but Richard held Lord Stanley's son hostage and had threatened to execute him if the Stanleys betrayed him. The battle raged through the morning, bloody and confused like all medieval battles, men hacking at each other with swords and axes, arrows flying, horses screaming, dust and blood mixing in the August heat. Richard, mounted on his white horse, wearing a circlet crown over his helmet so everyone would know he was the king, fought bravely by all accounts, personally leading charges, trying to break Henry's line. At some point during the battle, Richard saw Henry Tudor, identifiable by his banner and bodyguard, positioned on a small rise away from the main fighting. Richard decided to try to end the battle in one bold stroke. He would lead a charge directly at Henry, cut through his bodyguard, kill the pretender with his own hands. It was an incredibly risky move, but Richard was desperate, and perhaps he also felt that this was the way a king should fight, not hiding behind armies, but leading from the front, proving his right to rule through his courage and his sword arm. Richard led a small group of his household knights in a furious charge at Henry's position. They smashed into Henry's bodyguard, killing Henry's standard bearer, coming within feet of Henry himself. For a few moments, it seemed like Richard might actually succeed in this mad attempt. But then, Sir William Stanley, seeing his moment, ordered his forces to attack, not Henry's men, but Richard's. Hundreds of Stanley's troops crashed into Richard's small group from the side, surrounding them, cutting them off from the rest of Richard's army. Richard fought desperately, killing or wounding several men, refusing to flee even when it became clear he was doomed, determined to die as a king should die. He was hacked down by multiple blows, sword cuts and axe strikes, beaten to the ground, dying in the mud of Bosworth Field. According to later reports, his final words, shouted as he fought, were "treason, treason," and he was right. It was betrayal that killed him in the end, not military defeat. His body was stripped naked, slung over a horse, and carried to Leicester, where it was displayed publicly for several days to prove that the king was truly dead. Then it was buried without ceremony in the Church of the Greyfriars in Leicester, a simple grave for a king, with no monument, no grand tomb, nothing to mark that Richard III, King of England, lay there. Henry Tudor, now King Henry VII, had Richard's Acts of Parliament repealed, his legitimacy denied, his reputation systematically destroyed. Tudor historians wrote him up as a monster, a hunchbacked, withered armed villain who murdered children and deserved his fate. For 500 years, this version of Richard, the Richard of Shakespeare's play, the evil uncle, the child killer, was the one that most people knew. The discovery and the mystery remains. In August 2012, an archaeological team began excavating a car park in Leicester, searching for the Church of the Greyfriars, which had been demolished during Henry VIII's dissolution of the monasteries in the 1530s and had disappeared beneath centuries of development. They knew approximately where the church had been and hoped to find the remains of the building and perhaps some of the people who had been buried there. On the first day of the excavation, they uncovered a skeleton buried beneath the car park. The skeleton showed signs of severe scoliosis, curvature of the spine, which matched descriptions of Richard III as having one shoulder higher than the other, though the actual deformity was less extreme than Shakespeare's hunchbacked description suggested. The skeleton showed signs of violent death, with wounds to the skull and other injuries consistent with battle, and the location, position, and circumstances of the burial all matched what was known about Richard's burial in 1485. DNA testing followed, comparing DNA from the bones to DNA from modern descendants of Richard's sister Anne of York. The mitochondrial DNA passed down through the female line was a match. Combined with the radiocarbon dating, the battle wounds, the scoliosis, and the location, the evidence was overwhelming. Against all odds, archaeologists had found the lost grave of Richard III, 527 years after his death, buried beneath a parking lot, largely forgotten by the centuries. The discovery caused a sensation. Richard's remains were studied extensively before being reburied with honor in Leicester Cathedral in March 2015, in a beautiful tomb, with ceremony and dignity, finally giving him the royal burial he had been denied in 1485. The studies revealed much about his diet, his health, his physical appearance, the wounds that killed him, but they revealed nothing about the question that everyone most wanted answered. What happened to the princes? The bones in Westminster Abbey, possibly those of the princes, could potentially be DNA tested and compared to Richard's DNA, or to DNA from other members of Edward IV's family, to determine once and for all if they are the princes. But as mentioned earlier, permission for such testing has been repeatedly refused, so the mystery continues, probably unsolvable now, lost to time and politics, and the refusal to disturb ancient bones. The secret life of Richard III, or more accurately, the secret death of the princes in the Tower, remains one of history's most compelling mysteries. Did Richard order his nephews killed to secure his throne? Did they die naturally, and Richard cover it up to avoid suspicion? Did someone else kill them either before or after Richard's own death? Did they somehow escape and live in obscurity? We can examine the evidence, consider the theories, argue the probabilities, but we cannot know with certainty. The truth died with Richard at Bosworth Field, and unless new evidence emerges, perhaps from those bones in Westminster Abbey, it seems likely to remain unknown forever. What we can say is that even if Richard was guilty of the murder of his nephews, he was not the one-dimensional monster of Tudor propaganda. He was a complex man, capable administrator, brave soldier, devoted husband and father, but also potentially a murderer of children, a usurper who stole his nephew's throne. Medieval people were not so different from us in their capacity for good and evil, for love and cruelty, for honor and betrayal. Richard lived and died in a brutal age, by the brutal rules of that age, and perhaps we should judge him, if we judge him at all, by those standards rather than by our own. The princes, if they died at Richard's order or through his neglect, were not the only children to be killed for political reasons in medieval England, nor were they the last, but their story has endured because of its particular poignancy. Two young boys, sons of a king, suddenly finding themselves pawns in a game far beyond their understanding, disappearing into the darkness of the Tower of London on a summer night in 1483, never to be seen again. Whether they rest in Westminster Abbey in the urn with their names inscribed on it, or whether they lie somewhere else unknown and unmarked, or whether somehow, impossibly, they escaped and lived, we cannot say. The mystery remains, will probably always remain, a reminder that history does not always give us the answers we seek, that some secrets stay buried no matter how much we might wish to uncover them. And so, my dear listener, we come to the end of our long journey through the secret lives of British kings. We've walked through the shadows of history together, witnessing loves that were forbidden and desires that were uncontrollable, betrayals that shaped nations and mysteries that remain unsolved to this day. From Henry VIII's desperate quest for love and heirs, which tore apart the very fabric of English Christianity and cost 2 queens their lives, to Charles II's unabashed indulgence in pleasure and fathering of countless illegitimate children, while maintaining a loveless but politically necessary marriage, to George III's secret illegal marriage to the woman he loved, and his disastrous legal marriage to the woman he despised, to Edward VII's decades of waiting, and his parade of mistresses who defined an era, to Richard III, and the enduring mystery of 2 young princes who vanished into the darkness of history. We've seen that the private lives of kings were often far more complicated, more passionate, and more human than the official histories would have us believe. These men wore crowns and wielded the power of life and death over millions, but they were still men, subject to the same desires and weaknesses as anyone else. Love, lust, ambition, fear, grief. They loved women they shouldn't have loved, married for reasons that had nothing to do with love, sought happiness in ways that often brought misery to themselves and others. They were capable of great cruelty and surprising tenderness, of magnificent achievement and petty self-indulgence. They were, in the end, simply human, caught in circumstances larger than themselves, trying to balance the demands of duty with the desires of the heart, and often failing at both. History remembers them for their public acts, the laws they passed, the wars they fought, the monuments they built, but their secret lives, the private moments behind closed doors, the whispered conversations and hidden heartbreaks, these too shape the course of history in ways both obvious and subtle. A king's choice of mistress could influence policy. A queen's barrenness could determine which nation would rule and which faith would flourish. A secret marriage could threaten a succession. A mysterious disappearance could cast a shadow across centuries. As you drift towards sleep, let these stories remind you that history is not just dates and battles and treaties signed by distant figures. It is also the story of human hearts, human choices, human consequences, played out on the grandest stage imaginable, but fundamentally no different from the choices and consequences we all face in our own lives, only writ large and remembered by posterity. The kings we've met tonight are long dead, their passions cooled, their secrets mostly revealed, their powers vanished, but their stories endure, fascinating us still with their mixture of majesty and folly, grandeur and weakness, triumph and tragedy. They remind us that power cannot protect us from ourselves, that wealth cannot buy us love, that crowns sit heavy on human heads. Thank you for joining me on this journey through the secret lives of British kings. I hope these stories have entertained you, perhaps even moved you, and that they ease you gently into restful sleep. If you enjoyed this exploration of royal secrets, please do like this video. Leave a comment sharing which king's secret life surprised you most, and subscribe to Sleepy Crown for more historical documentaries crafted to accompany your journey into dreams. Until we meet again, sleep well, and may your dreams be peaceful. Good night.